Draft night. Had a lot of people requesting this video, so we're starting a live stream going all the way through the first round of the NFL draft. Talk about all the tendencies that the teams have in the draft process, who could go where, some of the surprises, give you instant reaction, provide you with all the analysis you need on draft night. I know everybody loves the TV analysts, especially when you get to day 2 and day 3 where there's not as much analysis. So I wanted to give people an avenue to be able to hear some different insight after researching these prospects for the first round here and give you guys some feedback on how things could go. This is an interesting draft to me just because I think a lot of it's very unpredictable. In the past, there's a lot of blue chip talent at the top, and you kind of know where everybody's going to go and where everybody's going to fall, even in the top 5. And this draft, we got uncertainty. I mean, you don't know what Cleveland's going to do at number 2. Do they field some calls with the idea that somebody wants to come up and get Travis Hunter, or the Jacksonville Jaguars in the market for moving up to obtain Travis Hunter? They have a lot of real estate to potentially do so. So we'll see what happens after the first pick. We know Cam Ward's etched in stone with the number 1 overall pick. But, then the door opens at number 2. If Cleveland gets the right package, maybe they would explore moving back. So those are a few things that I'm watching for early on in the draft. But with a little bit of time to spare, I figured we'd walk through some of the strengths and weaknesses of this draft, just position by position. As I said, overarching wise, I don't think there's as much blue chip talent in this draft. And what I mean by that is just the big names. Fans that are watching the draft probably don't know as many of these players. Typically, the top 10, all of those players are well-known stars. There's some of that, but you have to be more of a diehard football fan to know who some of these guys are. I'm not saying they won't be solid pros, but I think the draft definitely is not heavy on the star power. There's a lot of solid role players and starters as the draft goes on. But we'll see, how teams draft. I think the best evaluation teams that are studying the film, using the right numbers, blending the things together, are going to have a lot of success in this draft. There are weaknesses and ebbs and flows in every single draft that you study. This one here, I think, presents some challenges because there's a lot of unpredictability. Nobody really knows what anybody's going to do. The first 5 picks are wide open outside of the number 1 overall selection. So we'll start to unpack it a little bit more after we find out what Cleveland does if they indeed decide to stick with their pick. Looking at the quarterback class, obviously a weaker group this year. Cam Ward going number 1 overall. I talked about it in the mock draft video. I think there are a lot of things to like about Cam Ward and his projection into Brian Callahan's offense in Tennessee. I do think they'll have to do some adapting to some things that he does well, especially some of the stuff he does out of the gun. But I think you look at his play action ability, the statistics will tell you that, one of his strengths is the play action pass. And I think, when he's in a well-built, layered, structured passing attack that, can attack at all 3 levels and then have a diverse run game where he can get the play action going off of that, I think it's going to be something that suits his strengths really well. There might be a little bit of a learning curve just adjusting to the type of system he's going to work in, but with the play action passing ability, I'm willing to bet on Cam Ward adjusting. Well, they do need to get him some weapons, though. That wide receiver room is one of the weakest in the NFL, so I'll be watching to see what Tennessee does. Are they a team that maybe tries to come up into the back half of round 1 to get a wide receiver to pair up with them? Then I think, there's some variation in how people view the quarterback spot. I like Tyler Shuck out of Texas, out of Louisville. Jumped around, had a lot of injuries. But you look at the film, the arm talent is there. Playing with Jeff Brom last year, I thought opened up a lot of things in terms of, what he can do, in a better system. And I think he throws the ball, at all 3 levels, maybe better than anybody in the overall draft class. So I would keep an eye on Tyler Shuck here and kind of see where maybe he ends up. You go and look at the play action passing splits, 12 TDs and 1 interception off play action, one of the lowest turnover worthy play rates while using play action. While I was watching him, being able to make subtle pocket movements, climb, buy time, get on platform and make a downfield throw. I wasn't expecting him to test as well as he did. He's a really good athlete. Way more than you would anticipate on film. I thought, he was a guy that you wouldn't think would be labeled as a play extender, but he did provide some value in the quarterback run game when he was used in that role. I look at throwaways. He loves to throw the football away. I believe he had the second most throwaways in college football last year, so he's good at getting rid of the football. Knowing when to maybe take a sack actually would benefit him. He tends to kind of throw the ball up for grabs at times, but just being able to make all the throw types, driving throws into tight windows, take a little off, lock the ball into a bucket with a little bit different trajectory. I just think there's a lot to like in what he does. He'll need to get a little bit better when he gets like an approaching rusher coming at him, a free rusher. He has a little bit of a tendency to get anxious and put the ball up for grabs. But, there are plays. I remember there's a throw in the Clemson game I was watching, and you watch him drive a speed cut on the opposite hash and throw it with just unbelievable, drive, arm talent, anticipation, all the things that you need to make that throw. It was one of the moments where you could really see what Tyler Shuck has available in his back pocket. And then another was a deep play action throwback crosser in the Notre Dame game, where he was able to really sell the play fake and layer in a deep play action crosser. I thought all of those things, you saw him be able to really work all levels of the field, see the field well, and Jeff Brom elevated his game. Then after that, it's like, what's happening? Jackson Dart? Is someone coming up to get him? There's been all the rumors that the Giants really like him. I think it's a tough projection for him just because of the type of offense he's playing. I think that's kind of narrative that a lot of people talk about. There are elements that will translate quite well to the NFL, but I think, the processing is something he'll definitely have to get better at, throwing a lot of hitches and slants in that offense, but he did a really good job within those. A lot of RPO in that offense and play action, blend it both. I wish he would have played a little better in the weighty downs, so that, the longer down and distances and the clutch moments of the game where you need him to make a play. I just want to see him get some more seasoning. He needs to sit for some time and not be thrown into the fire right away. I mean, there's just things he's got to get better at. He's got to get used to seeing the field and processing in an NFL system, but he was really good at beating blitz pressure. I thought he threw the ball downfield with good touch and accuracy, showing pretty good poise versus pressure and, being confident in the quick game. I just want to see more anticipation in his game, being able to work into the zone windows and throw receivers open. You got to look at how guys throw over the middle of the field. I think that's something that he's flashed a little bit. He's more of a vertical attack passer. He needs to end up in an offense that's going to throw the ball down the field a lot. Those back shoulder throws, he's really good at throwing with touch, and I see some tempo variation in how he throws the ball based on the route types he has. But I want to see a little bit more of the processing piece, being able to handle zone coverage picture changes and be able to throw receivers open and understand leverage and be able to attack it better. But I think there are flashes that need seasoning with Jackson Dart. Then where does, Shedeur Sanders end up? Might be Pittsburgh, good fit for him in Arthur Smith's system. How far does he fall? I think the media narrative, it's a little tough to sift through all that. So we'll kind of see where Shedeur ends up when we get a little bit further into the draft here. Jalen Milroe is another interesting name. He's so dynamic. NFL teams right away are going to say, man, this guy has so much physicality and athleticism running the ball. We can create a lot of packages for this guy. How hard it is to defend the mobile running quarterback and what you can do with that in the play action passing game. I just think about all the possibilities that could open up an offense. Does someone pull the trigger on him early? Is it a Michael Penix situation where Jalen Milroe is picked a lot earlier than people are anticipating? I guess I'm watching for that. Is Miami a team that really, really likes Jalen Milroe right now and they're willing to pull the trigger at 13? I think a lot of people are saying offensive line there. But, hey, with Tua's history, with a lot of hits to the head, been injured, is there a chance that they potentially look at Jalen Milroe as an option? So I'd keep an eye on where Milroe ends up. How do teams value him? Do they see him being a lot closer than maybe the outside public does? There's a lot to clean up just from the short to intermediate accuracy component, but he is able to attack the ball down the field, and I thought he progressed quite a bit, being able to see the whole field, being able to go through, work his way from one side of the field to the other and get it to the right spot. It's just there's inconsistencies in his game right now. So we'll kind of see what NFL teams think of Jalen Milroe. I believe he could be someone that might be the Michael Penix surprise, but we'll soon find out. As far as running back goes, I think it's a loaded class, tons of options at the top. Kind of curious to see how teams approach Ginty. Where does he go? How high is he selected? A unique talent. Just so productive, tackle breaking machine, great as a receiver, all the things that you're looking for in a dynamic running back. So, he could break the mold and be a guy that's selected much higher than, in the modern area of running backs. And then you look at Omari and Hampton, someone that's been valued high in the media. I don't think he's going to go as high as people are anticipating. I watched Travion Henderson. That guy is just so dynamic with the ball in his hands, the acceleration, the pass protection side of it. He can make plays as a receiver as well. So is he someone that maybe is a surprise first-round selection in the running back category? I would keep an eye on that. But top to bottom running back, I'm sure we'll talk about it a lot as the draft goes on. Tons of talent. I don't think you need to take one early. There's going to be a nice run on running backs in the second and third rounds, so keep an eye on that. Wide receiver, like a couple of the options at the top, and Mecca Ibuka is my favorite wideout in the draft. Just all the things that you can do offensively with him, moving him to different alignments. He's a really good run blocker, great high character guy. Awesome for your locker room, chess piece that you can move around with motion, set up leverage. He's a good route runner. He's great after the catch. Curious to see where NFL teams put him on the spectrum of evaluation. Tet McMillan, someone that can work the middle of the field, is a bigger target, springy, can move well in and out of breaks. Tet's going to be a guy that is coveted here in the top 10, and we'll soon find out if there's somebody that really wants him in their offense as someone that can work the middle of the field on those digs and crossers, be able to, make some plays in the red zone as well. There's just a lot to like about his overall game and the type of receiver he is. So I like the top options. I think there's a little bit of a fall off at wide receiver. So maybe you'll see some teams being aggressive, trying to get their wide receiver picks done early in the first round, because I think that, there's going to be a fall off in like that third, fourth round category, a lot of variation in how teams value the wideouts. Tight end, very good at the top. You got Tyler Warren, you got Colston Loveland. I think Mason Taylor's someone that's super underrated. Does he slide into the first round? Let's watch for it. That'll be something to talk about. I mocked him in the final mock that I did to the Washington Commanders. I believe it's a really good fit. And, Zach Ertz is getting older. Could have the two of them on the field together, so we'll watch for that. Interior O-line, not a big fan of the center group. Probably some guard to center converts coming, though. Good guard options throughout the draft. Some tackles that could slide inside. Jonas Savanea is an option out of Arizona that I think is gaining more momentum. Is he someone that's able to slide into the back half of the first round? Lots of tackles I like. Some that I think teams might be a lot higher on than the media. Where does Josh Simmons go? How do the medicals test out? I mean, if he doesn't get hurt, everything is so clean. Everything is so smooth in that guy's game. I still believe that if people have him signed off medically, he could be someone that goes, in the top 15. Is Indy a destination for him? Does someone have Josh Connerly out of Oregon ranked a little bit higher than the media does right now? I'll be keeping an eye on that as well. Armand Membu, where does he land? Does Las Vegas potentially get that done right away? A guy that could play tackle or guard. There's some options in terms of his development path. I think he'd be really good on the right side. And then they've got the deal with Colton Miller's going on right now, a little bit of uncertainty. So having a lineman that could go a lot of different directions might be useful for them. There's a lot of very large, long wingspan offensive tackles in the mid to late rounds. Some need a little bit more time to develop their project players with intriguing film, but they're going to need some fundamental coaching. So I think you're going to see a run on offensive linemen, specifically the tackles, right away in the draft. Edge, rusher, stack, tons of different flavors. You want the power, you want the speed, you want the versatile chess piece that can move around all over the front. Tons of guys that have a blend of both. Any type of pass rusher you want. It's like a lab right now with all the different pass rushers that are available that you can put in your defense in this NFL draft. I love the depth of the class, and especially in that second round range at the high selections in the second round. I think you're going to see a ton of pass rushers go in that spot. Another spot I'd say is defensive tackle, loaded position group. Lots of guys that can play the nose spot out to 3 tech, 4 eye, and even guys that could go wider to 5 technique. I like the depth at defensive tackle, top to bottom, really in that second to fourth round range. Lots of good options. Linebacker, unique group, lots of one trick pony type of guys, more sub package style linebackers, coverage guys. You got some run defending backers, downhill blitzing types. Not a ton of those do it all backers that can really check all of those boxes for you. Some of them are good at, just one specific category. So I'm interested to see what happens with linebacker and corner. I think the talent at the top, there's some intriguing players there. You got Will Johnson, who didn't run as well, but you go watch the film, The Change of Direction, the Cell D Cell, and see how solid he is. The film is, when he's healthy, it's outstanding. And I think that people are getting a little bit riled up about the testing, and NFL teams aren't going to worry as much about that. Trey Amos out of Ole Miss is someone I think the teams are a lot higher on than the media. Does he get picked in the middle of the first round range? Keep an eye on Trey Amos. And then I'd say, there might be a run of corners early in the draft, like in the middle portion, because teams are going to want to get their blue chip guy and not have to rely on, the mid round portion of the draft, because I think it's a little less, talented overall. There'll be a lot of variance in how teams view the cornerbacks, on day 2 and early day 3. So you might see some teams getting in there to get their corners, especially in that like 13 to 18 range here in the first round. Safety, last spot to look at. Versatile guys at the top with Malachi Starks and Nick Amonwori. Personally, I'm not as high on those two. I like Xavier Watts a lot. I'm sure we'll talk about it if he ends up getting slid here into the first round. You look at how he needs to be utilized. I think he sees the field really well. I would put him more in, the zone type of coverage system where he can just read the quarterback and drop into unconventional spots and make plays on the ball. He's just a step faster than everybody else out there, and is very undervalued in my opinion based on the film that you see and the ball production. He made a ton of plays on the ball. And you look at Malachi Starks, they're two separate kind of players, where Malachi Starks, a lot of was asked of him to come over the slot and man up. And I think, you'll maybe see a little bit of that in the NFL, but not as much. I think he needs to be more of a roaming around underneath zone type of guy in the NFL as well, that you can move all over. He has the coverage ability. Some teams are talking about playing him at corner, so we'll kind of see how it shakes out. But I really like Xavier Watts. Another name, Kevin Winston, Jonas Sanker, Keaton Crawford, guys to watch in the second round. I think Keaton Crawford shooting up the boards. Is he someone that, is a late day 2, early day 3 option? Keep an eye on him out of Nevada. I like him quite a bit. Dante Trader, good film went on the field at Maryland. Marquise Siegel out of Kansas State, a versatile nickel safety type on day 3. I like a lot of the options available at safety between the, late 3rd to early 5th round range. So I don't think you necessarily need to take a safety right away. So I would say big picture wise, we'll watch for a lot of these themes to play out in the first round, and we'll get a feel for how the teams view a lot of these players. That's what I'm interested in right now, is to kind of get a vibe on who might be underrated in the eyes of the media that teams have dug into. A few players that come to mind are, Derek Harmon, where does he end up? I think, like I say, Mason Taylor, guy like Braden Swinson out of LSU could be another surprise type of first round pick selection. There's always a couple every year. So I guess we'll get a feel for that pretty soon. Roger Goodell coming up to the podium here, getting ready for the draft. We'll see if he's getting booed. What do you think? Is he going to get booed? No, I don't have. Green Bay may be small, but it's mighty, says Roger Goodell. Oh gosh. This is our favorite part of the draft. It's like, let's just get this thing rolling, Raj. Come on, bro. We'll see. The big question is how many people in Vegas have the prop bet down right now for how long it's going to take the Titans to get the pick in. I mean, we all know the Titans are taking Cam Ward, so we'll see. I don't know if anybody has the time frame in Vegas that they got on Cam Ward pick selection. Let me know, but I could see it being pretty fast here getting the selection in. But they usually let it ride out. I'm sure the league likes those guys to at least run a little bit of time off the pick clock. Lil Wayne, Lil Wayne in Green Bay. Man, the festivities, the pre-draft festivities always take up so much time. We're all waiting for the actual magic to start here, and we're always gotta see Raj go through all the pre-draft stuff here. Oh, it's time to get the show started now, says Raj. Well, we're officially on the clock here. Guess it's time to talk about Cam Ward and the projection into the Tennessee Titans. I think he's a QB that's going to benefit a lot operating from structure, actually. Someone that, needs to have that physical, diverse run game to complement, the layered passing attack, from the drop back game to the play action stuff that Callahan's going to put in his offense. We know he's the type of guy that wants to build it around the run game. And so having that presence to be able to run it when they need to, be a throw to score, run to win type of team. That's probably the vision here in Tennessee, but they're going to need some pass catchers to make it happen. So watch that after the selections made here with Cam Ward. What does Tennessee do to get some better pass catching talent in their wide receiver room? I think people understate the skill in Cam Ward's game, just about the ability to operate from the pocket in rhythm with precision. When he's in the pocket and the structure's sound, he's able to, make all the throws that you need to make in the system. I think people label him as a play extender, which is a huge component of his game, but there's a lot more flashes of nuance. And the big thing I love about him is he's really able to vary throw tempos. He's able to, drive that tight window corner out from the opposite hash, or he'll be able to layer in a crosser and throw it with nice touch and accuracy down the field. And he can adjust his arm angles when he's escaping out of the pocket and make a wild off platform throw. You got to have those play extenders in the modern NFL. And Cam Ward does a really good job of that. So that's something that they'll definitely be able to, maximize, but they're also going to want to make him, feel comfortable playing within structure and do some of the things that he does well in the offensive system, which, is letting him naturally create and make plays with his legs and scramble around as needed. And, I want to see how he translates. What does he look like if the system's not, if the personnel maybe isn't as strong around him, because they do have some work to do. They signed Tyler Lockett out wide receiver, but they still have a weak wide receiver core, and I think that's going to be the next priority here after Cam Ward is selected. Is they're going to need to get some wide receivers in here. They signed Van Jefferson, signed Tyler Lockett, James Prochet signed as well. Calvin Ridley's in there, but still, I mean, you're going to need another at least one or two wide receivers in that room for Cam Ward to have some success. They got Chigakonkwo at tight end. Do they look for another guy that can work the middle of the field at the tight end spot? I'm curious to see how Tennessee approaches the draft to build around the investment that they just made, because Cam Ward definitely is someone that has a ton of talent, but is he going to have the people around him to be successful? Wideout should be the next priority, and then with Tennessee, they got to replace some of the losses that they had on defense. They were moving on from Harold Landry. They got to get another corner in there possibly. I look at the current group that they have. They got L'Jarius Sneed, they got Daryl Baker, they got Roger McCreary, Jarvis Brownlee. I'd like to see them get another versatile defensive back in there. So those are a few things that I'm watching for with the Titans as the draft progresses. Linebacker, another spot. They lost a ton of production there. Jack Gibbons went to the Patriots. Jerome Baker's gone. Luke Gifford's gone as well. So they definitely have a need at linebacker as well. But 1A after getting a quarterback here is to address the wide receiver spot. So we're at my let's see here, 5:45 on the clock still. So we're still ticking away. Yeah, I mean, like I say, the whole projection for Cam Ward is just fascinating because he's got the ability to make all the throws that you need to make at all three levels. It's just going to be about the playmakers around him. And, a lot of play creation is going to happen with his legs. And he's going to be able to do a lot of magical things, but is that going to get him into trouble early on in his career where he's making some mistakes and putting the ball in harmful places? So I'd say, making better decisions when he's on the run is going to be something that is a huge priority. They need to get him more within structure, not trying to be thinking play creation all the time. Work from the pocket, play in rhythm. Like I say, those flashes are there. When he's operating from the pocket, he's in rhythm. He's able to be precise with what he's doing as a quarterback. And the ability to throw a deep ball off play action, that's a major strength within his game. I just sometimes wish he would make a little bit better decision on the second play. But like you say, you can rein that in and also allow him the freedom to be able to make those plays, make a guy miss, move in both directions, and uncork a dime. But you look at the play action ability, it's going to fit very nicely within what Callahan's looking to do with their run game. Pocket presence-wise with Cam Ward, I think you saw it improve every year when you look back at his film from Washington State all the way to Miami. It's definitely something that he's been able to work on, making subtle controlled movements in the pocket and not just, looking to scramble. He's doing it with intent, keeping his eyes down the field. You look statistically, 83.3% adjusted completion percentage off play action. I was 10th among FBS QBs last year, according to PFF. So, like I say, play action marriage with Callahan's run game and what he wants that to look like. We'll get to see how Cam Ward adjusts and how he fits. Looks like we might be getting the pick coming in here. If you have questions or comments, feel free to drop them in and we'll get to you. Here comes Raj. Here we go. He's cheesing for the crowd in Green Bay. Oh, they're booing. Hey, there we go. Cameron Ward, baby. As expected. He went with the pretty plain Jane suit option here. This is what I always enjoy to watch. We need some bow tie guys in the NFL. Get the draft tracker up so you can keep tabs on what's going on in real time here. If you have comments, you have questions, drop them on in and we'll answer anything you got. Vikings draft questions, anything you're looking to talk about, we can cover it. Oh, the Jags just made a trade. Here we go. Let's see what the trade details are. James Gladstone taking that first swing, new GM, coming up to get Travis Hunter. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. You look at what Jacksonville needs as a team, they desperately could utilize a premier number one corner. A little bit, priority was put into it Jordan Lewis at Nickelback, but I'd like to see them get another premier lockdown corner. It looks like Travis Hunter is probably the direction they're going to head here. We'll see what the trade package looks like. Okay, here we go. So we got Browns trading number 2 overall, a 4th-round pick, and a 6th-round pick to the Jaguars. Jaguars are trading 5, a 2nd-round pick, number 36, a 4th-round pick, number 126, and 2026 first-round pick to the Browns. So the Jags are giving up their 2026 first-rounder. A 2nd and a 4th, and the Jags already had adequate draft resources. Let's take a look at Jacksonville's pick situation. I can pull it up right here. So you look, you got Browns pick 5 in the first round. Let's see here. They're sending 36 and 126. So they're still going to have 70, 88, and 107. So they're still positioned very well making a trade like this. And you get one of the most premier talents that you're going to find. I mean, Travis Hunter, when I sat down and watched him play, I'm immediately going different speed level. I mean, we're all assuming it's going to be Hunter, but I don't see how it's not. I mean, it makes too much sense for the need that they have. They're looking to make a splash, have that versatile weapon. And like I say, he just does everything differently. Special, complete package. The movements on film are different. You watch him intently and you just zone in on him and see what he can do. It's different than everybody. Racing angles, making it look effortless. I think you'll see, them use him as a wideout, use him as a corner. I guess I'm kind of curious to see what the role looks like. They have a need at both spots. So it's kind of fascinating that you can, use him either way in the system. Ryan Burns is in the house saying, look good, house. Appreciate you, Burnsy. Thanks for coming on. Man, this is a nice move for Gladstone. What a way to start and still have very good draft pick asset after that. I mean, you're still got 70, 88, and 107. You're giving up a first rounder next year. I'm loving the move. I want to see exactly how they utilize those at a split between both spots. Gladstone obviously is a guy that is thinking outside the box, knowing that he's the type of versatile player that you want to play both ways. Burns says, would you have made the deal if you're the Browns? I wouldn't have made the deal if I was the Browns at all. I mean, why would you pass up on the chance of generational talent like Travis Hunter? I mean, now, the Jags, they have already had a lot of talent on that defense. You look at in a front seven, you got Walker, you got Mason Smith, who I like as an interior guy that's developed along Eric Armstead, Jordan Jefferson, another developmental guy. You look, they'll probably get a defensive tackle later on in the draft. They're loaded, in this draft class to be able to go and get a really good defensive tackle. Josh Hines-Allen off the edge with Walker. And then, how do they utilize Hunter? Is he playing corner? They have a need there as premier guy, but they also have a major need at wide receiver. The special movement skills that he has at wide receiver, erasing angles and just making it look effortless. The special element of his game at wide receiver is just how he can accelerate into break points with explosion, not cycle down. But the other thing that I always talk about is like how good he is at plucking the ball on the run while keeping his feet on the ground. You see a lot of these receivers that want to leap, they want to make the diving grab. He's able to move and keep his feet on the ground and just pluck it and continue going at full speed. People have no idea how difficult that is to do. And then you see that burst at corner. He's in a zone technique and he can erase space, drive on the ball with, incredible closing speed. Just the speed at which he does everything is totally different. I guess I'm curious now to see, what the trade value charts are saying about this trade. We'll probably get some insight here in a moment. It sounds like more trades are brewing as well. We'll see if somebody's trying to come up to get Abdul Carter. Now I want to get a little bit into the mind of James Gladstone here to figure out exactly how he wants to utilize him. They have needs at both spots. I would say they'll probably primarily feature him at wide receiver, but also get him some snaps on defense as well. I'm just trying to get up to speed here on the details of this. And I mean, they're getting 104 as well as part of this package. So you still got 70, you still got 88, and you're going to get, 104. Burns says, how many GG memberships to get access to your text during the draft? There'd be a lot, man. A lot. Here's Raj, baby. Here he is. Here comes the selection. Here we go. Eric Armstead rocks. What a great guy. One of my faves in the league. I mean, you look at it from Gladstone's perspective here, if they do play him on the offensive side of the ball, the biggest correlation to winning now is just having a dynamic, wide receiver core. You look at the teams that, are winning the EPA per play per pass, margin at the end of the game. Those are the teams that are having success. And the correlation to winning, having dynamic playmakers who can do things in space with the ball in their hands. I mean, it doesn't get any better than Travis Hunter. I mean, making dynamic plays at all three levels, yards after the catch ability, the route running, explosiveness down the field. Like I say, the speed is just different watching this guy. A truly one-of-a-kind player, the best player that I have watched in college football, being around the game, covering it for the last, 9 years. Travis Hunter, there's only going to be a one-on-one. And so to have that opportunity to not just be able to use him on the offensive side of the ball, but also feature him on defense as well. They have a major need in terms of getting a blue chip corner, but they also need to pair up a wide receiver with Brian Thomas. Right now they signed Diami Brown, got Brian Thomas. They put Travis Hunter in there and feature him in a ton of different ways. Alignment wise, they can move him around and open up a lot of possibilities in their offense. And then defensively, if they want to get him some snaps, they want to take some offensive snaps away to get them on the field on defense, they could potentially do that. This is a creative outside the box move. I mean, I feel like the trade definitely with the assets they had coming into the draft, it made a ton of sense. I mean, if Cleveland is willing to give up that pick and pass on the chance to take a generational player, I mean, be my guest. This is a great move for James Gladstone. First signature move of his career. It's well worth it. You won't have a first rounder next year, but you just think about the return on investment that you got to get a guy like Travis Hunter. This is just an outstanding move for the Jags, and now I want to see how they follow this up. Let's take a look at pick-wise. I don't know if the pick portion is updated yet. We're going to take a look here. Takes a little bit for the league to get these picks updated in here. Okay, so we're up to date now. So their next pick is at 70, 88, and then they got 107. So they still got 2 3s and a 4 and a 5 and 2 6s. I mean, gosh, they're still in a great spot to fill a lot of needs. All right, Bernsey says, I'll give you the out of a potential trade nullifying your choice, but if the top 12 holds true, where does Ginty go? Gosh, that's a great question. You're trying to figure out the best landing spot for him. I don't know. I feel like the Las Vegas Raiders are definitely, there's been a lot of smoke to them wanting to get a running back, that can set the identity for what Pete Carroll wants to look like, run the ball, get it back that's just a tackle-breaking machine, but also a very good receiver. I think that's the underappreciated element of Ashton Genty's game is just what he can do with the ball in his hands in space as a receiver as well. So the possibilities it opens up are truly endless. So I'm kind of wondering if that's probably the landing spot for him, but I also could see a little bit of a slide if he doesn't go there. Is it Chicago? The Bears definitely want to start building a running back room that, Ben Johnson can pound the rock, build a diverse run game, have the mix of, zone and gap scheme concepts that they're going to have. And it doesn't get any better than having a, guy that can make people miss, has great vision, unbelievable balance, great hands, all the things that you're looking for to be able to execute Ben Johnson's system. Ashton Genty has that. So I'd say if he doesn't go at 6 to the Raiders, it's probably to the Bears. But like you say, does somebody try to trade up, potentially, get ahead of them here? Are the Browns on the phone here with some teams that want to get up to 5 with the idea that, might be in business for Genty? I guess I'm kind of curious as well to see how it works because, in the modern era, you don't see a lot of running backs, going this high. But Genty, again, another player that is very unique and kind of bucks the trend of, player that, would go in the top 10 of the NFL draft just because he provides so much value and productivity. K Weeks is in the house, man. Does Travis Hunter play over or under 74 plays this year? Man, that's a good question. I'm going to say over. I feel like he's going to just say, hey, I want to be out on the field, get me out there. And he's truly just a conditioned, different athlete that I'm feeling like he's going to get over 70. Okay, on average, yeah. On average, I would say, yeah, on average, I feel like he'll be over that number. Maybe I'm way off, but, you think about it. I do. I think he's going to be over that number because they're going to try to play him both ways. And maybe early on in the year they try and it doesn't go well, and then they say, well, we'll scale it back. But I feel they need it on both sides of the ball. And maybe it's more, package certain package situations where they get him on the field on defense and more feature him more on offense. I guess we'll get a little bit more insight from James Gladstone here in a little bit. Giants, here we go. Abdul Carter, slam dunk move. I just think that he plays with the most dynamic first step. You can mug him around. You can, let him rush uphill. He's working off ball. He moves down to the line of scrimmage, and you just saw him unlock everything as the season went on. I thought he got better and better and better. And now with some seasoning, with the type of defensive line room that they have right now, you got Brian Burns, you got Kayvon Thibodeau. Now you add Abdul Carter in there, and you have that trio. And then you got Dexter Lawrence inside. Shane Bowen in the lab, man, their defensive coordinator. He's going to be trying to scheme up a lot of different ways to get matchups. And the great thing about Abdul Carter is having an explosive, twitchy guy that also can get to the top of the rush and win. I mean, there are so many different ways you can feature him, whether that's putting him off ball a little bit, that's mugging him in the A gap. I can't imagine a situation where you've got a package and you got Brian Burns and Abdul Carter mugged in the A gap and you're sending a pressure look on third down. It's just an incredibly enticing mix of pass rushers. Plus, you got Dexter Lawrence you got to account for inside. There's a ton of sub package possibility here. I think Carter is just one of those players that when he's not on the field, you feel it. And you saw it in the college football playoff game when he wasn't out there against Boise State. I texted with some people and I said right away, you can just sense it. He's not out there. You miss his speed, and that's a sign of a player that is just incredibly gifted, can do so much for your team, and kind of just change the whole trajectory of your pass rush. In a league where pass rush is premium, you got to be able to, continue to upgrade it. And this is just too good to pass up here. Abdul Carter getting into this defense and all the different things that they can do with him. It's definitely attractive. Now I think it gets interesting, folks. You know, what are the Patriots going to do? Everybody's got Will Campbell mocked here. And, I'm actually a little bit lower on Will Campbell than most people. I think he's got solid lateral quickness, and he can sink and he can mirror rushers, but he lunges forward so much. And it's really annoying watching him play sometimes because he gets so scared of a speed rusher countering with an inside move, and he gets all out balance, and sometimes he gets knocked back a little bit, with those speed to power style rushers because those inside counters get his feet all tangled up and he's off balance. And I think he sometimes panics a little bit, but you see the flashes in the run game. He's physical. He's able to show good mobility. I just would want more seasoning from a top 5 pick in the NFL draft. Now, I believe the Patriots are probably looking at it through the lens of, okay, we like the idea of if it doesn't work at tackle, can slide him inside the guard. It's a great transition. There is a fallback option. It's not like it's a little bit more of a bust-proof situation because he's going to be a very solid guard if you have to put him there. I'm not going to say he can't be an effective tackle in the NFL because I think he has a lot of desirable traits, but I do see a world where he has to go inside and play guard. And I guess that's not a bad thing. I thought the Patriots would probably go with defensive tackle here, maybe a guy like Mason Graham had they not signed Milton Williams, and they spent some serious cash to get that done. In hindsight, based on the price point, maybe they wanted to do that, but maybe the Patriots go outside the box here. Do they potentially go with Armand Membu? That would be a huge swing there, a tackle that's been rising up in the draft process. Do they value him more? Is there a wild world where Mike Vrabel's just like, I want to run the football. I want to have a talent like Ashton Jinty embodies everything I'm looking for, the physicality, the ability to break tackles, that tough runner, but also able to make a lot of plays in space with his hands as well. I just look at, Mike Vrabel's identity. He loves those tough, physical, run the ball. He's an old school type of mindset. What's he going to do here? I feel like you got to protect Drake May. They absolutely have a glaring need at left tackle. So I would bet on Will Campbell being the pick with the idea that he can slide inside. Like I say, I do feel like he can translate to the guard spot, but when you're spending a top 5 draft choice on a guy that might have to go inside, I guess they have a lot more intel than we do on the outside about how they feel he can handle it. The interviews, the workouts, all the subtleties that go into assessing that. The Patriots have gathered all that information. They see their picks in, so they are selecting. We'll soon find out. I'm looking here. We're going to see if we can find a trade value chart here. Just wondering what people are saying about the trade value with Gladstone's trade that he made to go get Hunter. So looking at the trade value right now, um, they use a lot of different trade charts. You got the Jimmy Johnson's chart, you got the Hill chart, you got the OTC, you got the PFF. All the different ones seem to believe that the trade favored Cleveland in terms of the value that they received. It's like 39 points in the Jimmy Johnson trade chart. So the excess pick value was, late fourth. So, the numbers say that Cleveland ended up, winning the trade. But I still think when you're talking about a draft that features a player like Travis Hunter, it makes too much sense. And to set the tone with what they're trying to build out there, to add an electric personality that is going to sell tickets and be able to play both ways. And you literally have those two needs on your team. You need a corner, you need a wideout. You can go both directions. I guess you can kind of get into camp and just see how it looks and kind of figure out, the plan that's best. But you look just purely at the trade value charts. The Browns are favored in the trade based on the value that they got. Still waiting on the New England Patriots here. They got to get this commercial break in. They got to pay the bills at the NFL league office here. I feel like we're going to get another trade here soon. I'm kind of feeling like Las Vegas might move out and take a corner. They definitely need one. Maybe it's Will Johnson. All right, what do we got? What do we got, Patriots? What are you going to do? Boy, are we that far behind? It looks like the Browns are. They said the Browns already selected. There it is, the Will Campbell selection. Yeah, I mean, you just have to do it. You look at the whole situation that they have on their offensive line. Vidarian Lowe kind of pegged in as a left tackle right now, the former Viking that played for Illinois that they traded out there. You got to protect your investment in Drake May. And like I say, there's seasoning that has to happen. How will it go at tackle? We're about to find out. I mean, he did have some quality games against good opponents, but it was a little bit more consistency I would like to have seen, in pass pro, like I said, with the inside counter moves. But like I said earlier, the run game piece, his ability to have great mobility and move guys off the ball in that category. Worst case is you're sliding them into guards, so that does give you some flexibility. I think that this was a pick that New England had to make out of both need and probably the best player available situation as well. So Cleveland, what do we think Cleveland's going to do here? I guess it's a little bit of a wild card to me. I guess I kind of look at their roster overall. They could use QB here. They could use wide receiver. Looking at offensive line potentially, another corner. Those are just a few different directions they could go. Do they go with Tet McMillan possibly to give them another, wide receiver who can really work the middle of the field, a springy, bigger type of target that would add another dimension to their offense. I think that could be in play here possibly. You look at these teams that, they will really want to get that dynamic wide receiver room, and they got Cedric Tillman and Michael Woods along with Jerry Jeudy right now. Does it make sense to take Tet McMillan here and put yourself in a spot where you have a little bit more of a dynamic wide receiver room? Kent says Campbell wore pinstripes to make his arms look longer. What a trick. That's the greatest trick in the book, man. Got to do whatever you can to get, maybe he's at 34-inch arms tonight. I mean, gosh, that was a storyline in the draft that everybody's talking about is Will Campbell's arm length and how that inhibits him. However, you look at a lot of these guys in the draft, there's guys all the time that have shorter arms that are successful at the tackle spot, but it just becomes a storyline. It was kind of like Bo Nix with the offense last year. That Bo Nix wasn't going to translate. Like that's the new storyline this year's Will Campbell's arm length, but I don't think it's as big of a deal as people make it out to be. Yeah, we'll see what Cleveland does. I mean, like I say, Cleveland Browns going wide receiver would not surprise me here. But they could have had Travis Hunter in there. I mean, they could have Travis Hunter in their wide receiver room right now. So I guess they were a little bit lower on Travis than people were maybe anticipating. They made it knowing that they were open for business at that spot. So Will Campbell, man, he's setting the tone. He's like, I will fight to protect them. Man, he's hyped up. Vrabel setting the tone with the O line, man. That's going to be the identity of that team. Run the ball, be physical up front, play good defense. He likes those tone setters, and he's got one there. Well, it's going to be interesting to see what the Browns do here. I could see him going a lot of different directions. Man, would they go Shadur here? I mean, I don't know, man. You look at what Kevin Stefanski likes to do offensively. The play action game's a big part of it. Getting him in an operation where he can work from the pocket and throw with rhythm. I look at the adjusted completion percentage off play action where, Shadur ranked in that category last year. He's one of the best in college football. And I actually think getting him in a system that's going to run a lot of play action suits his strengths. I don't want this guy out creating a ton of plays with his legs. I don't want him pressing and trying to do too much and backpedaling. And offensive line was a disaster there. I mean, I think he was sacked something like 90 times in 2 years. But I mean, some of that is on him, obviously, decision making wise. But um, Shadur needs to operate in a system that's got some structure and a good play action passing design that's can scheme some stuff open. And maybe Cleveland's that selection. I don't know. We'll see. Here we go. Ooh, going with the Mason Graham. Yeah, build it inside. Build it inside. I mean, you look at now you got Miles Garrett and then Mason Graham inside, lining those two in the stunt game. I love what you could potentially do with that, being able to create a lot of interior pocket push. Mason Graham's going to be a guy that you get lined up on the other team's weakest offensive guard, try to get him two-way situations where, he's going to just win with his quickness. He's really good in the run game. He can help you, take on blocks and generate knockback in that area. Just a overall dynamic player, not just as a pass rusher, but as a run defender as well. Gives them much needed interior defensive line upgrades. And, you look at what they have right now. They got Malik Collins in there. They got Shelby Harris. You got Miles Garrett rushing off the edge, Isaiah McGuire. I think, they might look to get another edge rusher here later in the draft. They're going to be in that second round range. Will be a sweet spot. Let's take a look at what Cleveland's got in terms of their next pick. I just like the idea of getting a disruptive defensive tackle there. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, especially since you can get an edge rusher, a little bit later in this class. There's definitely a lot of high quality, options in that second round area. They obviously wanted to focus on upgrading the interior pass rush, and we saw what that does for teams. You watch the Eagles and how they built it that way. It's a huge, huge asset. Let's take a look here at Cleveland's remaining picks. So they're going to have, 33 in round two. That's going to be a great spot to get an edge. So Now you get Mason Graham here. You go edge, and you just go all in on the pass rush, trying to win the line of scrimmage. You got Myles Garrett, another dynamic edge, and then Mason Graham inside. I like the pick a lot. Then they're probably looking to upgrade the cornerback room. That's another spot I think that they got to get a lot better at. You look overall at their depth chart. Pulling it up right now. Yeah, I mean, you got to get somebody to potentially push Martin Emerson on the outside there. So I would say edge and corner are going to be the next two picks for the Browns. But, Mason Graham, putting him on the inside, letting him be the disruptive force in there, and what they can do with Myles Garrett and him in the D-line movement game is exciting as well. I mean, that's the element of Mason Graham's game is he's got great quickness, but he's also a stout guy. He can make an impact in the run game, and he's got a lot of bags of tricks in the pass rush game as well. All right, folks, let's get it back up to all the picks here. I'm loading it back here. So you got the Las Vegas Raiders on the clock right now. A couple different directions I could see this one heading. Offensive line, perhaps. Maybe they set the tone with Armand Membu, guy that can play a right tackle, give them some options to play multiple positions along the offensive line. Or is it Ashton Jeanty? Is he the option here to just get the Pete Carroll era going with a dynamic back that can, establish an identity, that they're going to be physical, they're going to win the line of scrimmage, and they're going to be able to run the ball when they need to. It's definitely a position that they'd like to upgrade, and I wouldn't be surprised if they went that route. However, I still lean on the idea that they're going to want to be able to solidify the offensive line. And with Colton Miller's situation right now, what's going to happen with him, they're not sure. They might go O-line. Calvin Banks is another name I could see potentially being an option here out of Texas. I think he's more of a guard. I kind of wrote down some stuff while I watched him play, not very controlled and precise in movements, and has a tendency to play off balance a little bit, but he has enough mobility to climb up and be very physical in the run game. I wouldn't call him a dynamic space mover, but he can get up into the second level and make a lot of difficult, combination blocks and get up and generate movement. Not great with twitch or bend, but when, he's able to get inside hands and pop a guy, he's very good in the run game. And they go with Ashton Jeanty. There it is. It wasn't smoke, folks. They want to be able to run the football, establish that identity. Now you pair Ashton Jeanty up with Raheem Mostert. I think that tells you where Pete Carroll wants to take this thing. He wants to run the football. He wants to be physical at the line of scrimmage. They will definitely be addressing the offensive line moving forward throughout this draft. There are options to do so. You got guys that, can play, tackles that can move inside the guards that can, move outside the tackle. I just look at Jeanty making the first man miss. He runs with such physicality. His balance in traffic, you'll see him get caught up in a bunch of guys, but he's able to get out of there and extend and create and make plays that, not many guys, can make. He's just so tough to bring down. He's dynamic in traffic. He plays low. He's able to run through guys. He's got great vision. I think the receiving piece, we talked about it a lot tonight. He's got very soft hands. He can make plays in the screen game. You can get him in the route designs. Ashton Jeanty is the centerpiece of, what the Raiders rebuild is going to look like. It's going to be run the football, win the line of scrimmage, play good defense, and now they're going to have to invest, resources in the O-line and in the secondary. I would say those are two areas that the Raiders are definitely going to be focusing on. But to have Jeanty in the backfield speaks volumes about, where Pete Carroll wants to take this thing and setting the tone with dynamic running back. And you have Geno Smith, at quarterback. They're able to make that trade. They added, Jeremy Chin in free agency, Landon Roberts at linebacker, Raheem Mostert at running back. I feel like, I look at their overall depth chart right now. Corner is definitely the next one that probably will be addressed. They could use another wideout. another guard on the inside. Those are the positions to keep an eye on, and maybe later in the draft they go after a linebacker. But we'll see. Now we got the Jets on the clock. Interested in what the Jets might do here. I thought Mason Graham would potentially be landing spot there, but Armand Membu makes a ton of sense here. This feels like an excellent landing spot. Morgan Moses is gone, so they need to find somebody that can slide into that role. Okafor, is potentially the projected starter right now at right tackle. And I think that this is going to be the spot where Membu makes a ton of sense. I thought there was a chance that the Raiders were going to take him at 6, but hey, if the Jets can get the best player available and also fill a need, it makes a lot of sense. I look at Membu. What I like about his game is he's very good at sinking and bending, absorbing rushers. He's got great mobility to work in space. I think he'll continue to get physically more developed, but he's really got good physicality to him. He flashes it. I think he'll continue to get better in the run game as time goes on. You look at he didn't play football until 8th grade. So there's a lot of clay there to be molded. He has a wrestling background, and you definitely can see that, like his ability to get leverage and sink and hold up in pass protection and also wash out guys that, are speed rushers. He's able to maintain his balance. He's got great balance and overall leverage skills, and he can really sink and wall up in pass protection. So I'd say that that's probably the pick here when we get it announced is Armand Membu, who shot up the draft process. People are seeing the tape from last year, the improvements that he made, and also understanding that it's a ball of clay, that there's a lot left to be untapped here, lots of potential. Love Genty's attitude and his family background. Absolutely. I would agree with that. Just a high character guy and definitely fits the mold of, what Pete Carroll wants in that locker room. He wants a selfless mindset, someone that's going to be in there that put in the work and be kind of the face of what they're trying to build. They want to be a run first, control the line of scrimmage, and play quality defense team. And they added a veteran quarterback, so that helps with the transition as they're trying to, build a team around them. And I think that's going to be the biggest key here is they're going to have to try to figure out, where are the priorities moving forward here. It's probably corner. It's probably wide receiver, getting another, dynamic option on the outside now that you address running back. And then I would say, getting another potential guard in here. They can do those things. I think the Raiders, they got a lot of holes to fill, but they'd be getting on the right track. Picks in for the Jets. We're just waiting. I mean, it's got to be Membu. I think that's the slam dunk selection for them. Raiders just needed more playmakers. I mean, they just did. And Genty gives them production, playmaking ability, and just high character, like K Weeks mentioned. We're waiting on the Jets. They're getting these commercials in. They're getting them in, folks. We'll see. We're still waiting here. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm not shocked this far. I kind of felt like somebody would try to come up with Travis Hunter. I just didn't know if Cleveland would do it. I really question whether they would actually be like, hey, we're just going to pass up on a generational talent in Travis Hunter, someone that can do so many things for us. But they obviously felt like, they valued Mason Graham. They felt like the interior of the defensive line was a major priority, and they look at their team, the pathways to potentially build this thing. Now, they can get another edge rusher and they can continue to try to, bolster the pass rush and win the line of scrimmage. I think that's going to be the theme from a lot of these teams. They really want to have a dynamic pass rush that not only is good off the edge, you got power on the edges and quickness inside. I think that's where the NFL is going. You look at what the Rams did last year with Jared Verse being that guy that's just so powerful on the edge. Like, he's good at the top of rushes too, but his ability to generate knockback and just bull rush and push pull and do all those things to be able to create knockback and pin the pocket. Then you got Braden Fisk inside and his quickness with Kobe Turner in there. I mean, you look at how they've got power on the edge and quickness inside. I think that's where the Cleveland Browns are going here. They want to build a pass rush that's got those traits in mind, and that's why they went with Mason Graham. All right, I think we're finally getting the Jets selection here. Got to be Membu. Got to be. Hey, there we go, Armand Membu heading to the New York Jets. Yeah, it just makes too much sense. They got to fill that right tackle spot. Now you look at Olu Fashanu at left tackle. You got John Simpson at left guard. You got Joe Tippmann from Wisconsin at center. They also signed Josh Myers. You got Elijah Vera Tucker, and then you got Armand Membu. I mean, that offensive line's looking a lot better than it has in the past. That's been kind of the Achilles heel of the Jets, is just having horrible offensive line play. But you look at Membu being able to come in here and give you stability at the right tackle spot. I just think that there's a lot of untapped potential in his game as well. That this guy, he's, like I say, has only been playing since 8th grade, but you already see how athletic he is, like in the zone scheme runs, to be able to work out on the perimeter and be able to reach and then pull in space. I think he can do a lot of things that the Jets have been missing, especially on the perimeter. They definitely want to get more athletic out there, and you look at Membu, he checks those boxes. And like I say, wrestling background, the leverage, the hands, the ability to sink, I think he does a really good job overall of maintaining leverage. And I think that's something that's really important, being able to sink his hips and anchor up. Membu's a solid player with a lot of developmental potential, and I think the match makes a ton of sense. All right, Carolina, pick in already. They're on it. I think it's Jalen Walker. They've done a lot of homework on him in the draft process already. Feels like a fit for Rivero's scheme. Likes those versatile front seven pieces that he can move all over, whether that's off ball, whether that's on ball, whether that's mugging around. Panthers, they've really struggled getting after the quarterback. You look at their metrics, they were near the bottom of the league and, being able to get after the quarterback. And Walker's someone that I think actually fits what they're trying to do defensively quite well. You look at what they were able to do defensively in free agency. Tershawn Wharton inside. They added Pat Jones as a rotational guy. Bobby Brown coming in there as well to give you some more interior. Trayvon Morig as well. So, I mean, you look at defensively, the next logical destination here, after adding those pieces, you add interior, edge, and then safety. I think you got to add another versatile chess piece in the front seven. And, Walker is a guy that's going to have to be used right. I think he's a very scheme dependent player because he's not that guy that gets to the top of the rush and just flip hips effortlessly at a 90-degree angle and just play with a ton of bend. I think he's more of a guy you want to get head of steam roll and attack with some counters. His downhill burst is really good, and I think that's what makes him special. So Walker's one of these guys where scheme fit is really important. So I would feel like Carolina's a nice landing spot for him. So we'll see if Carolina is the landing spot. Otherwise, I don't know, what would be another path for them here. Jahdae Barron's another guy that I've talked about a little bit that, could potentially be a selection. Versatile, can work all over the defense. You can use him as a safety. You can play him as a corner. You can play him as a nickel. That's a type of thing that, Rivero wants in his defense. So maybe it's Jahdae Barron. Do they go with a guy like Nikamon Wari, an athletic testing warrior that is so explosive? I don't think he moves like particularly fluidly, but he is a guy that you can move all over the place, whether that's, roaming in underneath zones, getting him along the line of scrimmage, using him as a blitzer. Another guy that feels very Ivero-like for the Panthers here. So we'll see. Maybe it's versatile DB or it's Jalen Walker. Oh, we gotta check the messages here. Interested in what the Saints are going to do next too. I mean, you hear all the Shadur Sanders buzz, but I'm not buying it. I don't think it's accurate smoke. I think Tet McMillan would be a great pick for New Orleans if they want to go that route because, Chris Olave, I'd like to see him become more of a I'd like to see his versatility expand. I don't want to see him working out, at the X as much. I want him to be able to, slide around the slot, play Z, get another bigger physical wideout who can win over the middle of the field, win downfield, make vertical contested catches, help you in the red zone, climb off crossers, do all the things that you need to do to execute Kellen Moore's offense effectively. I would really like Tet McMillan in New Orleans. Maybe that's potentially the path that they're going to take at 9. We'll find out, and we'll soon get a read on where things are going here in Carolina. Like you say, Jalen Walker makes a lot of sense. Yeah, this first round, I mean, it still feels like it's going to be aggressive. There's going to be some people trying to come up in and get a quarterback here. Who's going to be the partner? Are the Vikings a trade partner, for somebody to get up to 24 and draft a quarterback? Jackson Dart is someone that I feel the Giants might be trying to position themselves to come up and get. So they're going to try to find a partner at the back half of round 1. Minnesota feels like a team that might want to move back. So we'll find out if that's the case, but I could also see them staying put and going offensive line too, depending on what the board looks like. All right, Raj, here we go, baby. Here he is. Keeps pointing at the crowd. Like, bruh. Oh, man, they went Tet McMillan. Well, hey, let's take a look at how this stacks up for them. So they got Jalen Coker. They got Xavier Legette. They got Thielen. Tet is a different type of skill set in that room that, gives them a little bit more physicality, a bigger target. Legette's more of that twitchy downfield, you know, weapon as well. But, McMillan gives you that over the middle playmaking ability, those in breakers, those crossers, being able to make a lot of really tough plays on the ball. His body positioning control is really good, being able to win in the red zone and give you a lot of, give defenses a lot of matchup problems. You look at their skill guys now. You got Coker, you got Xavier Legette, you got Thielen, you got McMillan, at tight end, you got Tommy Trimble and Jatavian Sanders. And Sanders is a player that feels like he may ascend with another year of seasoning. So it might be a situation here where they just felt like it was BPA. Carolina's going receiver play matters. Passing game success is a huge correlation to success, like I say, being dynamic, having a yards after the catch player that can win in that capacity. Winning that yards after the catch battle is a huge part of success in the NFL. And so getting a guy that's physical, springy, and can make a lot of plays over the middle of the field and vertically adds another dimension to their offense. So Tet McMillan going here is a BPA situation, and another team that's going all in on trying to build a dynamic wide receiver room. So Panthers setting the plans in motion to become more dynamic in the passing game and give Bryce Young another weapon. They're trying to make the offense more dynamic, and Dave Canales is definitely feeling like, they're going to need to get a little bit more explosive and dynamic in the passing game and potentially add a running back later. You look at Jonathan Brooks, he's probably after, recovering from injury and coming back now, maybe he's going to be a little bit more of a factor. You got Chuba Hubbard. I think that they added Rico Dowdle in free agency, so maybe they do add another back later. But to get more dynamic in the passing game is definitely something that they wanted to do as a future move. Knowing that winning in the passing game is so critically important. Now I think it probably shifts to pass rush in this next selection for him. I think teams are waiting on the edge rushes. I think that's the theme here thus far. Is there's a lot of them in this draft. There's a lot of volume. You don't need to blow it out right here. You can potentially add a lot of these guys at the front end of the second round. That feels like the sweet spot of this draft is like probably 35 to 50. So we'll see how Panthers kind of approach it, but I'd say pass rush is the next category that they'll be looking to address. Now, what does New Orleans do? Is this the Shadur spot? I'm not feeling it. I thought Ted McMillan might be the pick. Are they going to look to try to move out? Interesting. The pick's in. I'm listening to Rap Sheet here. I could see Jalen Milroe being a guy that they like a lot, the Saints. I'm not saying they're going to pick him here. It could be a reason why they might wait on the quarterback spot because he could execute a lot of the things Kellen Moore did, in Philly, in New Orleans, and be a very, very, very good fit. So I'd keep an eye on that on Jalen Milroe a little later. I'm also watching Miami for Jalen Milroe at 13. Might sound crazy, but him with Mike McDaniel, his run game mind, all the stuff they can do play action wise, just how dynamic he is with the ball in his hands. You talk to people in the NFL, they definitely have studied Jalen Milroe and what he can do in the run game and how dynamic he is in that category. I would not discount somebody being very enamored with Jalen Milroe more than people are anticipating. I haven't heard his name a lot, but maybe he's someone that is surprising here and gets selected a little earlier than people are anticipating. New Orleans is kind of unpredictable here. All right, here's the Saints pick. Calvin Banks. Interested to see how they're going to use him. Do they view him as a tackle? Do they view him as a guard? I would say they view him as a guard, but the nice thing is to have the flexibility to be able to move him between those spots as they need to. You kind of look at what their depth chart looks like right now. You got Talifiaga at left tackle. They signed Dylan Radens, who's probably going to project as left guard, Becker High School, rise up. Eric McCoy, you got at center. You got Cesar Ruiz playing right guard. And you got Trevor Penning at right tackle. So, there's some different directions that they could go with this. I would say, ends up playing guard possibly, but also see a path forward to tackle depending on what they want to do with their combination. But this definitely gives them a little bit more options. Like I say, I watch him play. I think he's more of a guard than he is a tackle because he's just sometimes not so like controlled and precise with his movements, but he's very, very good in a run game. Like he can move people when he gets up into the second level and he gets ahead of steam rolling. He's very mobile enough to be a guard, but I don't think he's like as agile enough to play tackle, if that makes sense. Like I wish he had a little bit more lateral agility in his game, ability to work more dynamically in space. But I think he's perfect for the tackle spot because he's bigger, he's good in pass pro. He would be more of a vertical attack type of guy and climbing up into the second level. I would rather see him featured at guard, but we'll kind of see where the Saints go with it. I guess addressing the offensive line makes a lot of sense. You know, you're seeing a big priority here, folks. Teams that want to build the pass rush, build the O line, and run the football. That seems to be the DNA of the top 10 of this draft here this far. People placing a premium on those areas. Chicago's got the pick in. What do you think the Bears are going to do here? Anybody got any guesses? Gosh, I Tyler Warren, man. Tyler Warren in Chicago. That that would be a really, really nice. But think about Ben Johnson with a guy like Tyler Warren. Are you guys kidding me? That is the perfect match. Out wide, in the slot, in line, in the backfield. As a wildcat, think about him in the lab with Tyler Warren, man. I'm telling you, I want Tyler Warren here in Chicago. Viking fans probably don't want it, but Tyler Warren makes a ton of sense to the Chicago Bears here. We'll see if that's the selection. Still waiting on Chicago's pick here. Schedule release, only the NFL. The people are getting hyped about the schedule. May 14th. Everything is so TV oriented. For there's not a sport made for TV more than the National Football League and football in general. It's the most TV friendly sport there is. Let's get the pick in. We want to know Chicago's selection. Tyler Warren. Tyler Warren. Is it going to be Tyler Warren? Oh man, I'm so fascinated to see what they do here. Here we go. It's got to be. It's got to be a playmaker here. Here we go. I thought it was coming. Colston Loveland, going ahead of Tyler Warren. That's interesting, but I can also see the appeal. I mean, you look at route running wise for Colston Loveland, mismatch weapon. The core element of his game that I wrote down is just how he moves in and out of break points. Everything he does is so smooth. Like he can cycle into a route, and really not lose speed while doing so. Like he can accelerate and decelerate in and out of break points really smoothly for a guy with his size profile, and you can mismatch, flex him all over the place. His route running is his core strength. I think you look at Ben Johnson, he's going to want to have a guy that he can move around to different alignments. And maybe, Colston Loveland's route running was the thing that sealed the deal between him and Warren. I think that might be the case just because he's so good as a natural separator. One of the things that I mentioned while watching Loveland is I can't imagine, everybody's scheming to take away Colston Loveland at Michigan because he's the number one weapon they got. They didn't have a very talented wide receiver, even when they won the national championships. And now imagine when you got studs on the perimeter that you got to account for, and then you got Colston Loveland who can win over the middle, win underneath, run really good routes. That's going to create a lot of possibilities for Ben Johnson's offense. He's always wanted to have that dynamic tight end. I think about formationally, being able to split him out wide. You can stack him, you can bunch him, you can move him in tight, you can put him in the backfield. All the different ways that Ben Johnson's going to feature Colston Loveland. He's going to be a versatile weapon. His route running is going to be used as an advantage for the Bears. You look at DJ Moore, you got Roma Dunze. They signed Zacchaeus as well. And then you got Loveland at the tight end spot. I mean, they're looking pretty good from a skill player standpoint. If they get a running back later in a deep draft, I like what the Bears are doing here. They've got a core of offensive playmakers that, present a few different challenges every week. There's different weapons that you can feature in different ways. And, Ben Johnson's kind of the mastermind of being able to create a passing game that, it's very layered and creative, and a lot of personnel grouping diversity, a lot of creative play designs, motioning people around, different personnel groupings. So getting Loveland in here, his versatility, his route running is probably the difference, folks. That's probably why Ben Johnson had a little bit of an edge on, gave Colston Loveland a little bit of an edge, is just because he's so dynamic as a route runner that, it makes a ton of sense for him. What are the 49ers going to do here? I feel like it's got to be pass rush. Is this interior guy? Is the next interior defensive tackle coming off the board here? Maybe it's Derek Harmon from Oregon. Is that the surprise move here? I think teams, it's just going to come down to is everything go well during the check process? Medically, is he good to go? Walter Nolan, you look at alignment versatility, what he could do, for San Francisco's defense. They're going to need to get back to having a dynamic front. And Walter Nolan definitely is someone that I feel would check a lot of the boxes that they're looking for from a profile standpoint. I like how good he is at the top of rushes for a defensive tackle. Like he can really dip and bend and, make a lot of plays when he gets, to the top of the rush and gets, hip to hip to the blocker. That was something I really noted while watching him. I think, there are some moments where I just wish he played with a little more strain against the run. I think it's there. But, you look at unlocking that with coaching. I think that's something that can be coached up. He's just going to have to tighten up a few things fundamentally, but he's so gifted athletically, and he's explosive mismatch weapon that you can move all over to different shades. I could see Walter Nolan here. I also could see Derek Harmon as well. Another guy that just can win in so many different ways, is just dynamic, whether that's speed, whether that's power. He's disruptive as a pass rusher. He's got, a lot of different moves in the bag. Lateral quickness is premier. You can get him moving off of stunts, but he's, able to really win attacking a gap. Like he can just, take that initial first step and be very explosive and, put you on your heels. But he's also really good at holding up at the point of attack, being generating knockback in the run game. Like he's the whole package. And as they look to retool their D-line, I think they need to build it from the inside out. and that would make a lot of sense here going with either Nolan or Harmon. Personally, if it were me, I think I would go with Harmon in the spot. I think he's someone that is pretty undervalued in the media community right now. I don't know, maybe there's stuff in the process that teams have that we don't have that maybe will cause them to go down the board a little bit lower. But just based off film, what I have access to, I feel pretty good about Derek Harmon. So maybe that's the first semi-surprise pick here. 49ers going that route. K Weeks says, will Loveland be better than Ditka? I don't know. I don't know if Loveland will be better than Ditka, but he's a good route runner, man. Got like a long time to compare the two's careers, but they do have a legendary tight end room there with Ditka kind of headlining it. Oh man, what are the Niners gonna do? I feel like it's got to be passers, like I said. Picks in. Let's see. Let's see. All right. D line. D line. All right. Here we go. Oh, Michael Williams out of Georgia. Now this is again another thing where the NFL, I feel everybody is looking at what the Rams did last year with Verse being a power edge type of guy that's just so physical and can turn and pin the pocket. And then you got these like fast, twitchy, hard to block interior defensive linemen. Like you got the power on the edge, you got the speed and the quickness inside. And so you look at Michael Williams, he's the guy that's going to be that pocket turning type of rusher. But there is some potential to be unlocked when he gets a little bit of seasoning in his game. He feels a little laggy to me at times. Like he's maybe playing a touch hesitant, but like you see the flashes of potential. Like he's such a physical player. He can take on blocks. He's gonna be able to really just kind of turn and pin the pocket. Like I said, there's just not a ton of like rush diversity in his game, I guess. And when he gets that refined, he's able to work in a stable environment with San Francisco. He can unlock more of his potential. I think the blue chip trait in his game is his physicality. That guy just plays with a mentality that he's just going to run through the guy next to him. And that's the tone setting type of philosophy that John Lynch wants to get back to the San Francisco 49ers. We're going to play tough, physical football, and we're going to try to play power off the edge. And now if they can, get a defensive tackle later here that allows them to have, quickness on the inside. I think that's the recipe for them. You knew they were going to go defensive line here. They're kind of in that area of transition. When their defenses were really good, they were winning up front with four. They're rushing the passer dynamically, and San Francisco didn't have that type of group last year. So now, with getting Michael Williams, having Nick Bosa on the opposite side, you get a, defensive tackle, possibly with your next pick here. I like this move for the San Francisco 49ers. Jerry Jones, there he is, Jerry Jones. He's making the pick. The pick is in. What do you think Jerry's going to do here, folks? I don't know. I kind of think it's Matthew Golden. He's gonna like the idea of having the Ferrari in the wideout room, and he knows that they need another weapon to complement CD. Let's see. Tyler Booker out of Alabama. Now, this is a guy I'm actually kind of down on in this draft. I do not see as much of appeal as other people do. I think he's more of a gap scheme guy at the next level because he's just not premier mobility wise. Like he's not this guy that's going to be able to work out in space and just get up into the second level. He's got good power though. He can wall up in pass protection and anchor down. But I wish he'd like in the run game not fall off of blocks as much. I was watching a ton of his film just obviously because the Vikings are in the interior offensive line market over the course of time. And one of the things that I wrote down was just him not being able to sustain blocks consistently enough. Like I think it's there. It's just something that he's just got to establish leverage and maintain it. And the other thing I worry about is potentially having scenarios where teams are scheming to get their quick guy matched up against Tyler Booker just because he's not super laterally gifted. And those were the two hallmark concerns. I mean, I do feel like he definitely will provide some stability in the downhill, run blocking side of it, but I worry about his translation in the pass protection side of it at this level. So we'll kind of see how he fits in Dallas, but I'm not as high on this selection as maybe some other people would be. Dallas definitely though they want to build up front. They want to get their offensive line to the spot where it's more consistent. They're able to be physical. They can run the ball when they need to, and that's something that I feel like they're trying to establish with this selection. They know that they need a tone setter in there. A lot of people really talk about Tyler Booker's football IQ too. Just being a guy that very matures, will learn, has an eagerness to grow and get better. And he probably interviewed very well. What's Miami going to do here? We'll soon find out. I've always said it, the Jalen Milroe landing spot here. Is this a potential scenario where, it makes sense to add him? Hey, we're getting one step closer to Donovan Jackson with the Vikings. That's kind of my dream fit tonight. I would really, really like to see him in the interior of the Vikings offensive line. I think he does all the things that they need, being able to potentially play tackle, while Christian Darrisaw kind of works his way back. You saw how well he played there in the college football playoff. I mean, gosh, this guy was, going up against premier rushers and holding up really well. And I like that idea of, the guard tackle flexibility. I know people say Gray Zabel can play, all five spots and he's more of a center guy. I like Donovan Jackson. I think he checks all the boxes. I've said it for a while. My favorite fit for the Vikings. The one guy I wanted them to leave the draft with. He's compact. He's well built. He's got a wide body type, he's able to anchor down, play with good core strength. He's able to ID and pick up stunts, and has good mobility, dense in the run game when he gets up into the second level. But I think a lot of the things that Donovan Jackson can do very well are what the Vikings need in their overall offensive line mix. You see what they're able to do. Ryan Kelly at center in free agency, Will Fries at right guard. You got Christian Darrisaw coming back off an injury. You got Brian O'Neill on the right side. It's going to be interesting to kind of see how the Vikings approach it. Do they want to go left guard with tackle flexibility, or are they going to prefer someone like Gray Zabel who can play the guard and center? We'll soon find out. But Donovan Jackson, I could also see a scenario where the Vikings want to get a wide receiver as well. Maybe it's Emeka Egbuka, someone that I just think does all the little things really well, whether that's route running, whether that's being able to run block. You can move him around all over the place, alignment wise, to set up leverage, and he'll attack it. I think the little details of his game are very solid, and I would not be surprised if they have interest in potentially going after Emeka Egbuka. So I guess I'm an Ohio State guy, man. Those are the two that I'm feeling could be potential fits for the Vikings, but we'll see how the draft board shakes out here. We're starting to get a little bit closer to get a feel for what might be available. All right, Kent's asking, what has been the biggest surprise so far, if any? I'm surprised that Loveland went ahead of Tyler Warren, but I guess when I sit here and think about it, I mean, we all overthink this draft process, but at the end of the day, Loveland's route running and his suddenness and his detail and nuance in his game probably fits the Chicago Bears offense a little bit better, where Ben Johnson wants to get those guys, out wide in the slot. He wants to bunch them up. He wants to stack them. He wants to move them. And I think Tyler Warren, maybe he's not as skilled in that route running area. He's a lot of people like Colston Loveland's movement skills just a little bit better than Tyler Warren's. And I think maybe we all kind of overthought that Tyler Warren was the sure thing just because of the production and the impact and the versatility he had at Penn State. But in reality, Colston Loveland might fit where the modern game is going, and Ben Johnson just liked the translation into his system a little bit better. So I guess that's kind of the surprise for me at this point. I also was a little bit surprised that Carolina didn't go pass rush. Thought for sure, you look at their pressure rates last year near the bottom of the league. Felt like an opportunity that they might be, looking at Jalen Walker. But as Jalen Walker, someone slides, like I say, you look overall, he's one of those players that he's not super bendy at the top of rushes. He doesn't have that dynamic ability off the edge to just flip his hips and turn the corner and play with great flexibility. He's more of that guy you need to get schemed up where he's downhill, moving him around, doing a lot of things to maximize his versatility and downhill ability. So I think they're looking at it going, this is a passing league, folks. This is a offensive driven passing game league where you need to win the yards after the catch battle. You need to win the expected points added per play margin battle at the end of the game. You need another type of weapon that can stretch it vertically and make plays on the ball, win over the middle off of crossers, be able to run that deep dig route, be able to haul it in over the middle of the field. He can stretch at all three levels and help you out. And I think that's kind of another thing that we may be undersold preparing for this draft, is just how much Carolina wants to get better in the passing game. Hardy Star Gaming says, who are the Packers drafting? I like Donovan Izaraku out of Boston College. I think he's the one of the best pass rushers in this draft. He's just so bendy and productive. Let's see here. I'll get back to this in a second. Miami's picking here. Kenneth Grant going to Miami. Now let's get the depth chart up here. Take a look at Miami. I mean, again, we're seeing a theme here that teams want to build this thing from the inside out. And Kenneth Grant just is a unique player. I mean, he's so big. He's 331 pounds, but you watch him move laterally, And even downfield, like he's pursuing plays. They show him the clip here, the Penn State game, him running and chasing a back downfield. You don't see massive humans be able to move like that. He's able to split double teams. He moves really well. He's light on his feet. He's stout. He's agile. Like, again, a guy that can be kind of a centerpiece, pocket pushing defensive tackle for the Miami Dolphins. And they want to have complementary. You know, you look at what they got. They got Jalen Phillips. They got Chop Robinson on the edges and Zach Zeeler on the inside. You got Kenneth Grant on the inside as well now, being a guy that can just, you know, help you in the run game and also be able to, you know, come in situationally and push some pockets as well if you get him the right matchups. I think he's going to be a huge help to them being able to defend the run. That's something that, you know, Miami definitely wants to prioritize. But, you know, you can get him aligned over the nose and just watch him work and back a center up. You know, you get an undersized center and put Kenneth Grant on him and just let him work downhill. You know, you look at Jalen Phillips, you look at Chop Robinson, then you got Kenneth Grant on the inside. Again, teams building this thing on the O-line and the D-line, interior D-line, and flying off because they're premier and they're a huge value. Back to RD Star Gaming question, Packers. Donovan Izaraku, like you say, bendiest pass rusher maybe overall in the draft. Like when he gets to the top of the rush, he can flip and finish at the quarterback. You know, you look at his productivity, very good at Boston College. Jeff Hafley, defensive coordinator at Boston College, you know, obviously has a long-time relationship with him. I know Green Bay fans really want that wide receiver. They want the Ferrari, and I know that's a need definitely, but I feel it's something that you can get, you know, in the second round. I would rather spend the resource right away on a pass rusher, and I think it's understated how valuable it is to have that continuity of the offensive coordinator or the defensive coordinator knowing, you know, the personnel, what he can and can't do, and the player being able to master the system quicker. It's not just that, but I think he's just an outstanding player and perfect fit for what Green Bay needs. They need more pass rushing juice. They got to affect the quarterback, and that's what I'm looking for when Green Bay selection comes here in a little while. Indy, here we go. Offensive line. Let's see. Tight end. Tyler Warren. There he goes. So we got the run on tight ends. We got Colson Lovell, and then we got Tyler Warren. They wanted to get a unicorn, and you're going to get one here in Tyler Warren. I mean, everything he can do in your offense, whether that's out wide, in the slot, in line, in the backfield, you know, using him creatively was the name of the game when you look at Andy Kotelnicki at Penn State. Unlocked Tyler Warren beyond belief. I mean, he's just a tone setter. What I love about Tyler Warren is just he's not just a route running guy, but you know, he can make plays as a run blocker. Like he's super physical. He's all around tough, sets the tone, going to be that guy that, you know, you can count on and you know, rely on every single week to kind of set the tone and be the dynamic leader of your team. That's what a lot of people, you know, when Minnesota played Penn State, I could not believe all the people out of Penn State, you know, that you talk to were just like, this guy epitomizes what this team is all about. Like his leadership, his approach to the game, how he attacks every single day. They're going to be able to unlock a lot of, you know, creative packages that they wouldn't typically be able to do just because Tyler Warren is, you know, just such a big time playmaker over the middle of the field, whether he's going up to make, you know, a contested catch, get position, whether that's, you know, stretching up the seam, you know, running underneath routes, all the different things that you want to do schematically, you can do it with Tyler Warren. He's so versatile, and the Colts definitely had a need at that spot. You look overall at what they had, you know, coming into this offseason. Mo Alley Cox, you know, out on the free agent market. Kylan Granson went to the Eagles. So they didn't have a lot of tight end production, and they needed to get another weapon that, you know, allows Anthony Richardson to have someone that he feels comfortable with. And, you know, Daniel Jones is potentially in the mix there. We'll kind of see how the quarterback battle plays out. But they got a nice playmaking stable right now. You know, you look at Michael Pittman, you know, possession style receiver who can work the middle of the field and, you know, make difficult catches in traffic. You got Alec Pierce, who's a bigger target that's super athletic. You got Josh Downs working out of the slot. Now you got, a guy like Tyler Warren that's so versatile that can do a lot of different things for you. The teams are going to have to kind of figure out how they're going to take away all the big physical options they got. I mean, you look at the length in that pass catching room. You got 6'3" Alec Pierce, you got 6'4" Michael Pittman, and now you add Tyler Warren in there. You got some serious size, and I think that benefits Josh Downs. He's going to get some great matchups as well. 6'5" Tyler Warren, 6'4". I mean, geez, it's just that definitely gives you some options. Modern day Dallas Clark, yeah, for sure. It's funny. I was just at an event with Tom Moore, who coached Dallas Clark. He's offensive coordinator for the Indianapolis Colts, and he was talking about Dallas Clark, just how they don't make him like that anymore. And definitely, Tyler Warren is someone that is a lot like a Dallas Clark, just that tone setting, versatile player that's going to bring it at snap in, snap out, and be a reliable receiver, yak threat, and run block at a high level. I mean, he does it all. So Colts weapon room is looking interesting. And then, Jonathan Taylor, running back, Khalil Herbert as the 2. And then, they'll probably add another back here later in the draft. I think offensive line is going to be another priority. They need to definitely, retool. They lost Ryan Kelly, to the Vikings. They lost Will Fry to the Vikings. So interior O-line is definitely going to be an area that they're looking to prioritize. And then I guess on the defensive side of the ball, I could see them adding another edge rusher possibly. Um, those are just a few areas that the Colts might address next. Atlanta, what do they do? I feel like Will Johnson might be the pick here. I suggested that in the mock draft. I think they need to get another lockdown corner opposite of A.J. Terrell. A lot of people are making a big deal out of the testing for Will Johnson, the straight line speed, but go watch the film. I mean, the change of direction is there, the SLD cell. You can drive on the ball. You can play from a variety of different, coverage techniques. But I think you'll see more man coverage with Jeff Ulbrich in Atlanta, and that's something that they're going to definitely need to bolster up the cornerback room. And you got size, you got length, you got fluidity, you got just a clean player. And I think the testing's definitely something that's been questioned, but go look at the film. Look at this guy when he's healthy. I think that's something that certainly might have impacted the quality of the film last year, was just he wasn't healthy. And I'd like to see him in Ulbrich's scheme. I think it'd be a good match. And this feels like maybe a spot where the floor hits for a guy like Will Johnson, who I think is just an outstanding player. Had a little bit of a down year due to injury and things that he, really didn't have a lot of control over. I'm still bullish on him translating extremely well to the NFL. So I'm curious to see, we don't know. We don't know the information. Maybe there's some context here regarding why he's sliding down the board, but I like Will Johnson a lot. But I could also see pass rusher too. I mean, there's definite options here. Is it Jalen Walker, someone that they can move around as kind of a chess piece in their defense? Jeff Ulbrich would also kind of like that too, I think. I could see pass rush. Jede Barron's another one as well, a versatile guy that can do so many different things, whether it's corner, whether it's safety, whether that's nickel, moving him around. He can play in those unconventional zone drops, and he can also, be able to effectively mirror receivers and play tight coverage as well. So I think those are some names to watch: Jade Barron, Will Johnson, and potentially, Jalen Walker out of Georgia. Pass rush definitely is a priority, but I also think corner is more than people realize. Well, the Atlanta's letting this thing run all the way down, folks. 36 seconds. Here we go. Pick in. Pick in, folks. Another surprise, Ken was asking about surprises. Calvin Banks, going to New Orleans. I guess I'm trying to figure out what that whole mix of O-line is going to look like. Is he viewed as a guard? Is he viewed as a tackle? They got Penning at right. They got, Talise Fiaga. Are they going to move Talise Fiaga? Like, what's the plan there? I actually thought I was a little bit lower on Calvin Banks than most people. So I guess I was surprised that they went that route there, but I understand, these teams, you look at these draft picks, you got tackle, DT, tackle, tackle, guard, defensive tackle. Like you're seeing people want to build this thing in the interior and with offensive line on perimeter on the edge at the tackle spot. Their teams want to win at the line of scrimmage. They know how important offensive line play is, and we're seeing that in the draft. And then the defensive tackles, it's a premier spot, being able to affect the quarterback, impede vision windows, create knockback. All those things matter. And then in the other side of the coin, you got to have offensive linemen that can protect that. So, that's been the theme thus far, is teams building it with the pass rush interior, and then also O-line, whether that's tackle, whether that's guard, whether it's a mix of both. Let's see. Atlanta, still waiting. I just think it's Jalen Walker here. I mean, God, you got to get some pass rush in here if you're Atlanta. Let's see. There it is, Jalen Walker. Yeah, I mean, it just makes sense. I like you say, corner was another position, but as much as they need pass rush, they need to affect the quarterback more. You look at their depth chart right now, top to bottom. I would argue that that's maybe one of the worst pass rushing groups in the league. I mean, they had Leonard Floyd coming in, but Jalen Walker gives them a chess piece that they can move all over, and Jeff Albert's definitely going to be scheming things up. Like I said, schematic fit is really important for a guy like Jalen Walker, because he's not that guy that's like the bendy dude as a pass rusher, but he's more of that downhill attack. Get him moving with the head of steam. Flex him around, move him based on the situation. He's got some good physicality to him, and you can mug him around. You could put him like in the A gap on third down and let him work. There are a lot of different ways that you can feature Jalen Walker, and even potentially use him off ball a little bit in some scenarios. A very unique, versatile player. And I think Albrecht's definitely the type of DC that will find ways to get positive matchups for him, and feature his versatility, because he's one of those guys that I don't want him to end up in the wrong system, because we see what that does to people like the Isaiah Simmons of the world, people like that. If you're not in the right scheme and your skill set doesn't fit it, it can not go well for you. So I think Jalen Walker ending up in Atlanta is good for all parties involved. A BPA scenario where he slid a little bit because of the run on offensive line and defensive tackles. And, it's a no-brainer to fill a need while getting BPA and also having a solid schematic fit. Here we go. We got the Arizona Cardinals on the clock. For the Gopher fans on the stream, is Winston Delattiviere going to open a present here? Is this going to be a pass rusher? I definitely could see it, but I also wonder if this is the floor for Will Johnson here. Is this the place where he finally ends up? They could use another premier corner, and it's a BPA scenario. Will Johnson might make a lot of sense here. I actually had Trey Amos mocked here just because I thought he fit what they were trying to do. Maybe would have been a little bit of a surprise pick. He can play from zone techniques. He's able to press at the line of scrimmage. He's got good length to disrupt, at the catch point, be able to drive on the ball and, disrupt. And he plays with good vision. He seems to see the field really well. Like, he knows the type of routes that are setting up, and he's able to really exploit that by, break foot, drive foot, and, get his length into the passing lane. I think there's a lot of potential in his overall game. We'll see how teams kind of value him moving forward, but his movement patterns, they're smooth, they're controlled, and I like a lot of elements of his game. I think he's going to be someone that ends up emerging and being a very, very solid NFL player. So maybe this is defensive back. Jede Barron's another option. He's super versatile. They could use him in a lot of different ways. Um, Defensive back might be the play here. They might wait on the pass rusher. There are options that they can get later on. Like you say, I think you're going to see a huge run on edge rushers at the top half of the second round. Let's take a look here and see. You look at who's positioned well at the top half of the second round. I think Cleveland, man, Cleveland taking a defensive tackle, Mason Graham, is intriguing to me because now they can turn around and then they can take an edge, right away in those first two picks. They got 33 and 36 at the start of the second round. Cleveland might be in a spot where they could really help their team in a variety of ways. They could take a wideout and edge rusher at 33 and 36, and they're in a premier range there. Everybody you're going to see trying to position themselves, they want to be in that 33 to 45 range of the draft because there's a lot of good talent there. Lots of good players, whether that's wideouts, whether that's running backs, whether that's edge rushers. We're seeing the run on defensive tackles and O-line in the first round here. That means those positions are going to start having a run, whether that's now. I think it might be the corner and a defensive back run starting right here. That's kind of where I envision it might happen in that 15 to 16 range. So we'll see what Arizona ends up doing here. I have a feeling they might go corner. Oh man, Josh Simmons must have gotten flagged medically. I mean, I know there was like uncertainty about, whether it's the torn ACL, did he have a torn patella tendon? We didn't really, I guess, get a clear read on that. And if it's patella, then you're kind of wondering, like, what's the long term, prognosis? Maybe that's, contributing to it. But man, that guy, everything he did, his film was rock solid. I mean, if he didn't have that injury, he might have been the first tackle taken in the draft. I mean, everything he did was smooth, and there's just so much potential in that guy's game. I mean, he performed really well in the big stages against the premier competition. There must be something going on there. Here's Arizona. Walter Nolan to the Arizona Cardinals. So we did get Winston a present. Winston is happy right now. He gets his versatile defensive lineman that he can move all around the front. There's a lot of alignment versatility in Walter Nolan's game. And, you look at what they needed to do. They needed to affect the quarterback more. I think they got a nice little core that they're kind of building up. They signed Calais Campbell in free agency. They also have Darius Robinson on the defensive line who, was hurt last year, a high draft pick. They signed Dalvin Tomlinson. They got Baron Browning there. I just think that Walter Nolan gives them now another type of interior defensive lineman that they can shade around and move into different places, get matchups for him. He's the guy that you're going to scheme to get on that really laterally ungifted offensive guard, and they're going to exploit that matchup all night. He's really good at the top of rushes, is what I noted. Like when he's got when he gets hip to hip and he's got to like flip to finish the rush, he's really good at that for an interior defensive lineman. Like I said, some reps, like I wish he had some more strain in the run game where he's more sustained and be able to like create knockback and play with intense effort every single play. Like the flashes are there where his motor runs really hot, but I'd like to just see him have a little more strain and sustain. And I believe that's something that he can tighten up just by actually playing a little lower. I mean, he's kind of an upright player at times, and that's something that Winston's definitely going to work with him on. But I'm happy for my guy Winston Deladabdir here. He gets another younger guy that, can be mentored here. He's got Dalvin Tomlinson, Calais Campbell in that defensive line room. Get another young buck developing here. I forgot to mention they got Dante Stills, too, another interior guy that I like a lot that's, twitchy, more of a situational type of rusher. So, Arizona, Now they'll probably look to add another, edge type of rusher here as the draft goes on. Pass rush and D line was a top priority. They might look for a depth tackle, corner, and then maybe I would say linebackers. Well, it's going to be a defensive heavy draft for the Cardinals, I would say. And you're able to get Josh Sweat in free agency too. I mean, Arizona's realizing that they're going to have to get after the quarterback. They didn't do it adequately last year, and they invested a ton of free agent resources. Campbell, Tomlinson, Sweat, Darius Robinson coming back after having a tough rookie season with injuries, and now bring Walter Nolan in there, a former 5-star, ultra talented guy that I didn't feel truly achieved up to his full potential level. And Winston's the type of guy I think that can motivate and get that out of him. So we'll be interested to see how Walter Nolan does in Arizona. So Cincinnati Bengals seems like a pass rush destination, especially the uncertainty going on with Trey Hendrickson. Like what are they going to do there? I don't know. Is he going to show up? Are they going to be able to reach a contract agreement? There's a lot of uncertainty, and even with that, I still think they need another pass rusher. I could also see, you know, investing in the offensive line here, protecting your investment, and you got Joe Burrow, who's one of the best quarterbacks in the league, but he's never really had that stability consistently along the offensive line. Is this a pick where they do that? I just feel they have a lot of holes on defense that they need to fill, and that starts with the pass rush. That might be the play here. But I also could see the safety. I mentioned that Nikamon Wari potentially being a versatile option in the back end. They could use a safety to kind of unlock what Al Golden wants to do defensively. Al Golden has a chance maybe later to end up picking up a guy like Xavier Watts. The problem is they don't really have the pick allocation to be able to land him. So I potentially still on the board. Another versatile guy that can do a ton of different things in the defense. Al Golden is going to really value those type of players, and I think defensive back wise, he sees he needs some help there, but they also know they're going to have to get after the passer more consistently too. And if Trey Hendrickson, if there's anything murky there, they're going to have to address the pass rush. So those are a couple areas that I could see them going here. Thing is I mean, gosh, I don't know what direction you're going here at the edge spot. Mike Green, obviously there were some questions about how things were going to check out during the draft process for him. Maybe he's sliding related to that. James Pierce, it seems like it's a little high for him at this point. But, like I say, these versatile defensive back types might end up being the play here for Cincinnati as Al Golden kind of makes his stamp on this defensive scheme. Shadur's still chilling. Got to be Pittsburgh, man. I've said it. I believe Pittsburgh's a really good fit for Shadur, just based on the type of offense Arthur Smith runs, where he's going to have him in the pocket, he's going to have him in rhythm, he's going to have him in the play action. You look at how much Justin Fields was used in the play action game last year. He had one of the higher rates in the NFL, and Shadur Sanders' accuracy off play action at all three levels of the field. When he's in protected, he's on platform, he's in the pocket, he's able to be successful. And so, you look at what they have in their weaponry in the, wide receiver room. They got George Pickens. They, were able to land DK Metcalf. I'm telling you, I think Shadur Sanders in Pittsburgh's a very good landing spot. Here comes Raj. Here he is. The Raj strut. He's not waving at the fans anymore, though. Oh, they're singing Sweet Caroline in Green Bay. Ba, ba, ba. Shamar Stewart. Yeah, I mean, a guy you got to invest in, I wish he played with a little bit better leverage and a little more power in his game, but you see the appeal physically and like the flashes of skill and athletic talent that are in his overall game. I mean, he wasn't ultra productive, but I think some of that is just he needs to become a little bit more refined. He needs to play with better technique in every area of his game, whether that's pass rush, whether that's like hand technique and activation against the run. I feel like he needs a lot of seasoning, in my opinion. Like for right now, he's someone that you're going to get in there to just situationally and feature him. Try to get him matchups, scheme him open stuff. I think physical and athletic traits are there, but he just needs to. They need to invest in his development and coach him up, and maybe Al Golden's the guy that can do that. They were looking for versatile defensive linemen that could help them improve their pass rush productivity overall. And Shamar Stewart's someone that I think they're going to have to invest in, and maybe they feel like they have some time to do that, and they can feature him, more situationally early on, ease him in, and then get him in a full time role. I'm interested to kind of see how the career arc goes for Shamar Stewart because he's definitely someone that needs a little bit more overall seasoning. Seattle Seahawks on the clock. Might be a Gray's Able spot here. Might be North Dakota State Nation here. I feel like they need that, versatile interior offensive lineman. It might make a ton of sense here. This might be the landing spot for him. And they want to protect the quarterback. They signed Sam Darnold. They need to, fortify the interior of that offensive line. And I think Gray's Able gives them some options because he's kind of a five-tool guy. I mean, he can play all the spots on the offensive line. And that's something that Seattle definitely wants to start thinking about. What's the future of the offensive line and then winning now up front. It would give them a lot of options because of his potential versatility and the directions that they can go there. So keeping an eye on Gray's Able here as the potential pick for the Seattle Seahawks. I mean, it's just Shamar Stewart just didn't have that like flexibility that I look for. A lot of people, I've talked to a lot of people over the years about pass rushers and like, oh, what do you look for? And the hips are the most important part of that pass rush. When you get to the top, to seal the deal, you got to flip at a 90 and get to the quarterback. And that's where I feel Shamar Stewart didn't show me enough consistency. Can he get there? Like, there's no question about like the frame and athletic traits that you see the flashes, but it's just, there's going to need to be some more overall, refinement in his game. And he's one of these guys that's either going to hit or it's not going to go well. It's going to be one or the other. And they're going to have to move him around alignment-wise to try to get him matchups and get him in favorable spots to, be a disruptor, push the pocket. Is he a guy that you can put over a guard and kind of let him work with a blend of quickness and power? I think that might be the play. I don't know. I'm curious to see what his role looks like and how he develops over the next year and change, but he's in a system that, definitely was yearning for some pass rush. How are things looking for the Vikings here, man? I don't know. Will Johnson continues to slide. You got Emeka Buka still on the board who, could help you in the wide receiver area, give you another weapon to pair up with Jefferson and Addison, give you that, type of receiver that I feel like they could use, someone that's, can align from different spots, access them around, through motion to create leverage and just let him work. I mean, he's so good underneath with Yak, and he's got great hands, and he's an unreal blocker. Still on the board. We'll see. Seahawks, here we go. Gray's Able, Bison Nation. There it is. Hey, I think he's a good football player, man. He's a rock solid. I mean, his core strength is so good. Like he can sink and anchor down versus rushers. I was able to get my hands on, NDSU all 22. And when I came away with it, I was like, this guy is so balanced. Like that's the one adjective that I wrote down while watching him. He really is able to stay on his feet and just drive guys. I mean, his feet, he's able to, get downhill, work up into the second level, and then like finish blocks. Like he'll really work into that next level and then like sustain and knock you into the ground. I think the lateral quickness in his game is quite good, because you saw that he's able to work at tackle. He can project as a guard. He can play center. I would honestly play him at center. I think the overall he's very flexible. He's got great lateral agility. He's the type of guy that can really reach block and effectively execute all of the responsibilities on the offensive line. He's got a deep knowledge of each position because he's got experience all across the offensive line. But his ability to maintain leverage in the run game was really impressive, and I think that's something you look for in centers is leverage. Can they maintain it? Do they have the quickness to reach and climb and do all the things, and then like have the pop in the hands to sustain and drive, and the feet, all those things. Like you check the boxes: the feet, the agility, the flexibility, all the things that you're looking for. I feel like that he should be a center, but I also see the projection at guard as well, because that quickness will apply well in the ability to absorb rushers there. So love this pick for the Seahawks. Feels like a slam dunk, safe deal. I mean, they needed to fortify the interior of the offensive line, especially, they just signed Sam Darnold, and we know he's the type of guy that, benefits from having the structure. I mean, he can play extend, but when he's got vision impeded lanes, guys, affecting him from the interior, it doesn't go as well. So Gray's able, someone that can help in that category, and he's got the 5-tool player type of versatility that you're looking for in the modern NFL. So again, offensive line, pass rush, defensive tackle, everybody's valuing the trenches right now. There's been a huge run on it. Everybody was talking about running back potentially. We're kind of getting to that spot now where maybe the Broncos are a team that will take a running back. I guess I would be a little bit surprised if they did. It feels like Emeka Ibuka would be the pick, but is Tampa Bay going to pull the trigger here? I mean, it just feels like a BPA move here that Jason Light is just going to say, hey, Emeka Ibuka is just such a good football player that the slide is over. Like we're making this happen, and maybe that's the case. We'll see. I've said pass rusher for a while. I like Nick Scort a lot. I think he's someone that you look at Purdue, the film was outstanding, but he ended up adding weight, playing in a new system, wasn't nearly as effective. But I saw that twitch and spin move and all the stuff that he showed at Purdue. He was super productive there. He ends up going to Texas A&M, and it falls off. He's not the same type of player. But I'm telling you, the flashes you saw there, invest. He's going to be 21 years old when the ball goes in the air. Maybe someone's going to pick him on day 2, but I'm telling you, he feels like a Bucks-coated type of guy. Donovan Izarok, who's another guy to watch here, just like I say, the bendiest pass rusher in the overall draft here. He's someone that I could see Jason Light being all over as well. So we'll watch for a couple of these. There's versatile defensive back options as well. Jahdae Barron, Will Johnson's still there. Those are a few areas that I could see the Bucks had. Like I say, for the Vikings right now, you look at Emeka Ibuka still there. You got Donovan Jackson still there. You got some defensive back options. You got, Jahdae Barron. You got Will Johnson still on the board. We'll see how the next couple of picks go, but there are a few different options kind of shaking out for the Vikings here. Here we go, Tampa Bay. What do you got? Great drafting team. Love Tampa Bay. I think their front office does an outstanding job. One of my favorites in the league. If I feel like if I was working in the front office, Bucks align most with my overall preference of player. So watch how they draft during the draft here. You're going to see a lot of high level moves. Very confident in the Bucks operation. They're still waiting. I feel like it's Pittsburgh though, like you say. I think it's coming. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like God, Tampa Bay, you look at their overall team. Mike Evans, Jalen McMillan, who was one of my guys. You got Chris Godwin coming off injury. Passing game, like we say here, the receiver play in the NFL, the ability to win after the catch, the winning the EPA per pass metric margin at the end of the game, those things matter. And I look at the board here and I'm going, Emeka Buka still sitting here. And look, the pick comes in. It's Emeka Buka. There it is. Rogers coming to the podium, but we got it in the NFL database already. This is just a great pick. I mean, again, like why overthink this? Emeka Buka is just an outstanding football player. Like he does all the little things so well. Great route runner, so sudden, crisp in and out of breaks, great after the catch, blocks his tail off. Like that the effort of this guy, I just love it. He's number one for me overall at the wide receiver spot. I think this guy is just going to be an outstanding player. He gets labeled as like he's just going to be the slot dude, but he's not that. I mean, you can move him all over. You can chess piece him. He is like Tampa Bay Bucks player all the way. I know you're thinking about the future here. Mike Evans is older, but now you get to work with this guy as a chess piece, moving him around in your offense, setting up play designs for him, involving him in the run game. Like you look at like he can insert and just like run block his tail off. And I think that's a core hallmark of his game is just how hard he plays, how he approaches the game, the details. It I just love Emeka Buka. I think this is an awesome pick. Once again, the Bucks are not like playing mental gymnastics. It's like you pick the best player and might not be an immediate need at this point, but a lot of times when you just bring good football players into your organization and you do good evaluation, great things happen. And the Bucks are doing that right here. This is just an outstanding move, and I'm honestly surprised Emeka Buka slid this far because I was far higher on him than a lot of the consensus was. It's just a rock solid football player. Got to see him in the Big Ten a lot, and he's unfairly labeled as a slot guy. Remember when everybody did that about Jefferson too? They're like, oh, I don't think he might be a slot guy at this level. Mecca Buka, you can do it all, man. Move them all over, create access, alignment versatility. Go get your guys. Nice job, Tampa Bay Bucks. Denver Broncos, what are they going to do here? Defensive line's an interesting thing here. I floated the idea of TJ Sanders from South Carolina recently. I say that because they've got some contracts expiring on their defensive line after this season, and TJ Sanders is just such a good player. Like, I watched the film, and I'm like, the pop in this guy's hands is, like, next level. And I look at what his alignment versatility could be in Vance Joseph, his defense. It's perfect match. And thinking ahead, being visionary, taking a really good football player here, you're seeing how valuable that interior D-line has been. Teams are getting after it, selecting these guys in the first round. Denver Broncos, TJ Sanders, could this be the landing spot? We're about to find out. Running back, another area that has been floated a ton. Is this the Travion Henderson landing spot? He does it all, man. Whether it's catching the ball. I remember his first college game. watching him live take a pass in the flat and accelerate and just turn on the Jets at another level. I remember just taking a mental note and writing down in the scouting document that I got when I watch players in games, Travion Henderson, that next level acceleration. And you see it when this guy gets a screen pass in space or gets out on the perimeter, dynamic as can be. And then you look at the whole piece of uh, pass protection. We talk a lot about the skills as a back, but he can really wall up and get after it in that category. And then just dynamic as a running back, being able to, press blocks and come out of traffic. Like he's so good at like bumping into the offensive line, like the guards or a center, and like there's a ton of traffic and it looks like it's a clogged up run, and then he just like pops out of there bouncing, and then just turns on the Jets on the perimeter, and it's honestly just the most aesthetically pleasing back to watch. You hope the injuries are out of the way for him, but being able to do everything that you're looking for in a back and Travion, catch the ball, pass protect, and be dynamic and have just incredible twitch and acceleration on the perimeter. You think about a run game coordinator and offensive mind scheming to get him out on the perimeter. Sign me up, baby. Sign me up. If you're going running back here, Travion Henderson, baby, go for it. Go get your guys. But I don't know, TJ Sanders, man. I still think that would be an outstanding pick as well, especially since we've seen all these defensive tackles kind of get off the board here. And gosh, let's look back. You got Mason Graham going 5 to Cleveland. You got Kenneth Grant going 13 to Miami. You got Nolan going 16 to the Cardinals. Is there another DT coming down the pipeline here? We're about to find out. I bet, man, a lot of Bronco fans are upset though. I mean, God, they obviously would have liked it. Mecca Buka there would have been an outstanding fit and a big need to pick right before him. There's nothing worse than that feeling. Maybe it's Matthew Golden here too. Maybe they. I just don't think he's got enough polish that George Payton and the Broncos are going to pick him here. I think he's so good at like taking the top off the defense and climbing off crossers, and he's just very explosive. But he's still a little rough around the edge. Luther Burden might be a good pick too. If they're going to go wide out, he's a guy that I don't feel like was really able to showcase himself completely because of the type of system he's working in. But I'm telling you, that guy has got great suddenness in his game, and he is so dynamic after the catch. Like this guy gets the ball in space, and he's able to make dynamic plays. His vision is really good, and he's so sudden, shifty, and he's good at evading tacklers. Luther Burden might be an interesting pick here if they're going to go the wide receiver direction. Here we go. Oh, never mind. We're still waiting. Let's go, Sam. That's awesome. Love it. That's great. Versatile weapon in the back end. Like I say, being able to do it all in Jade Barron. All the ways that Vance Joseph is going to find him opportunities. This is the type of scheme that he had to end up in. I was saying like a Mike McDonald with the Seahawks made a ton of sense because he can make plays against the run on a perimeter. He can blitz him from the nickel. He can work on the outside. He can work inside or out, has the versatility to do both. He can roam in zones. He can man up. He can. There was a game a rep in the Michigan game where they got him like mugged in the A gap. Like this guy can do a ton of different things defensively. And you look at how multiple Vance Joseph is defensively. They like to have those versatile defensive backs. Jim Leonard as a big part of what they do defensively, especially in the back end, and definitely see like the appeal overall of how that fit works for Vance Joseph's defense and what they want to do schematically, having him roam around, features versatility in creative ways. You look at what they got going on in the secondary right now. Uh, Talanoa Hufanga is a free agent signing. Pat Surtain at corner. Now you got Jade Barron, who's kind of that dude that can play a variety of different roles. There's some nice versatility overall in that secondary. And then you got, Dre Greenlaw, you signed as a free agent at linebacker. Now, if you can get, a defensive tackle, I feel like that might be the next play, maybe a little more pass rushing juice. George Payton doing what he does, man. He's finding those versatile weapons, drafting BPA. Jade Barron, a lot of people had him going higher, on their draft boards, but this is just a spot where it feels like versatility, BPA, scheme fit, all of the worlds collided, and Denver gets a rock solid football player that adds another piece and dimension to their defense. So kudos to Denver, like the pick, and it makes a lot of sense in multiple areas. Is this the Shadur Sanders spot, folks? I think it's coming. I'm feeling it. Bernsey says, who is more likely to trade down now, Packers or Vikings? Yeah, I actually think that the Vikings are going to stay put. I'm feeling it. I just think they're going to go Donovan Jackson, take him right there. I don't think you overthink this. This is an easy pick in terms of like fit. There's going to be teams that like Donovan Jackson. I still think he's a first round player, and that ability to play guard and tackle, I like it a lot. And like I've been saying for a long time, the fit is absolutely perfect. Whether that's pass protection, anchoring up, he's so flexible to like anchor down against rushers, but also good at getting up into the second level and being able to dent guys in the run game. Like I just want the Vikings to be physical along the line of scrimmage, be able to win up front, throw to score, run to win, get to the end of the game, and you're able to close it out. Last year they just couldn't do that. You get to the end of these ball games and you got to be able to run it, and I want to be more physically imposing at the line of scrimmage. You can draft running back later, add another receiver to get a little more dynamic, go in the secondary, address that. They're definitely in a spot where they like to get more picks, though, so I do see the appeal of that, but I don't know. Are they in a position where they're going to get an offer that's requisite to it? Possibly. Is somebody going to try to come up and get Jackson Dart? I don't know. Something's got to be going on with Will Johnson here. I'm curious what the deal is. There's got to be some sort of red flag situation, but we'll find out. I think the Packers stay put and draft Desiraku. I'm standing on it. Oh my God, Derek Harmon in Pittsburgh. Let's go. That's a nice duo there with Derek Harmon. You got Keanu Benton inside. Harmon's just a Mike Tomlin guy all the way. I mean, you sit down and you look at it. I feel like Derek Harmon, I said it earlier, I would have picked him at number 11. I think he's that good of a player. He's just disruptive in every respect of the game, whether that's like lining him up as a pass rusher. He's so down. But, you look at ability to get, win with quickness, win with power, but also be a solid run defender that can take on double teams. Like the lateral agility in this guy's game is premier for dude, with his size profile. And he's got, a nice mix of, whether that you want to win with speed and quickness or you want to win with power inside. I mean, Derek Harmon, rock solid football player. Again, BPA. Teams are going for the best player available, and we're talking defensive tackle here. It's a position that is, a premium right now in the NFL. Teams know that you got to be able to win inside, and with Keanu Benton and Derek Harmon, Cameron Hayward's getting older. They know that, and this is kind of a future visionary move while also picking the best player available, and I like it a lot. Los Angeles Chargers, man. Here we go. What do we got? Well, I tell you what, defensive back feels like a major need for the Chargers, and if anybody's got enough information on Will Johnson, it's Mr. Harbaugh. I don't know. Wide receiver could make some sense here, but I'm not sure that I like the options, presently available at this pick slot. I stand by it. I think the Packers and the Vikings are picking here. Unless the Vikings get a very good offer, then they move back. But if you're asking me to pick between Green Bay, Minnesota, which one is more likely to move out, I would say Minnesota at this point. It'll be interesting with Shadur Sanders, man. Maybe he's going to dip down into the second round. Is it going to be the big old slide here? It's kind of looking that way. I felt like if he didn't get picked by Pittsburgh, there's a greater likelihood somebody's going to come in and try to get Jackson Dart, because that's been the big buzz here, is that, Jackson Dart is the guy that somebody's going to come back up into the first round and get. You haven't heard that about, Shadur Sanders. So that might be something to watch for here. But, looking at the Chargers, I think it's defensive back could be a potential fit. They've had such a big run of defensive tackles here that, I thought maybe that would be a pick. You got both the Michigan men gone. Will Johnson, like I say, they got the book on him. They know exactly, what to expect, and know that from a scheme standpoint, it's going to be a seamless fit. You got Jesse Minter running the defense, and he was at his best when he was working in that type of system. So if everything checks out, like this has got to be a perfect landing spot for Will Johnson. I feel like they need another corner. That's what I picked. I actually had a Maxwell Hairston going here at 22. And then I think it's Donovan Izaraki. Like I say, Packers, they need pass rush, and it makes a lot of sense. He's just so productive. You get the relationship tie with Jeff Affley. Those are the next two I'm watching for here. Los Angeles Chargers with Will Johnson and Donovan Izaraki to Green Bay. So then that sets the stage for the Vikings. What are the Vikings going to do at 24 if those two pick scenarios play out that I just presented? I think, you're fielding calls. You're looking to see what options do I have available. Do I want to move back? Is the package good? Well, hey, if you can get some day two selections, early up in that, 35 to 45 range, yes, I would definitely entertain the idea of trading out of it. However, I also really like Donovan Jackson, and we've laid that out here, numerous times during this live stream of why I think that is. I just think he checks all of the boxes while filling a major need, and I think undervalued in terms of like just how well he's going to play at the guard spot. The length, the wingspan, he's able to really dent guys in the run game. He's mobile into the second level. He's able to work in space. He's good in pass protection. I thought his vision was really good in like picking up stunts and all the different D-line movement games that go on that, you got to be able to respond to. And then how good he played a tackle when he's kicking out to the edge, playing in high leverage games. I mean, he's not playing Mercer, in September, he's playing, premier pass rushers in the CFP and doing an outstanding job while doing so. And I just think having that versatility is nice. A lot of people talked about Gray's able, the ability to play guard and center. I like the idea of the guard tackle piece. I've always been that guy that likes having those players that can go between both spots. And I think Donovan Jackson is that guy that just executes all the things that I'm looking for and fits extremely well into what the Vikings are needing along their offensive line. You think about it, you signed Ryan Kelly, you signed Will Fries, you get Donovan Jackson, a left guard. The interior is solidified to a certain degree. You maybe need to get another center in there, just with the idea that Ryan Kelly is a guy that, could get injured. He's older. But I love that core. And then the idea of Donovan Jackson being able to play out at left tackle while they kind of work Darisaw back from the injury, sign me up. I like it. But let's just say they decide to move back. I still think offensive line could be in play. I think Arizona offensive line prospect, Jonas Savanea, is someone to keep an eye on. Gives me a little bit of a more twitched up Mikey Apati vibe. I think you look at he played tackle, but he projects super well at the guard spot. He moves super well. He's one of the more flexible offensive linemen in the draft. Hip hand activation is something you got to really look for in offensive line prospects. And I see that with Jonah. I feel his recovery skills are good. He's got great lateral quickness. Again, another guy good with vision, picking up stunts and communicating, getting to the appropriate depth. Good pop in the hands. I just think that he's a player to watch if the Vikings move back as a potential target option at left guard, and then they could accumulate some pick assets. So watch, those couple of options, Savaneva and Donovan Jackson. And we got to see how these next couple of picks shake out as well. That could potentially dictate, strategy. I know a lot of people are looking at safety. You got Nick Amonwori at South Carolina, who I'm not as high on as some of the other people are. He's super gifted athletically, but I think he's one of those guys that scheme's going to be important. And certainly Brian Flores is a guy that could maximize that type of ability. But I just don't think he's like a super fluid mover to me. He's more of a downhill attack, explosiveness type of safety. And I want to see just a little bit more fluidity and just click, close, and drive type of safety. And I don't know. I just wasn't as high on Nick Amonwori as some of the other people. I like Jonas Sanker as a potential option down the road here. I like Kevin Winston out of Penn State. That guy is just so physical. He got hurt last year. If he hadn't gotten hurt, that dude's going to be getting a lot more draft buzz. I still think he's going to get picked at a relatively high slot. So I'd keep an eye on him as a later option as well. I think he'd be a very good target for the Vikings if they wait on safety, which I think they should. Keaton Crawford out of Nevada is another player that I think is ascending very fast. He is just chaos creator. He's fluid. He's twitchy. He can do it all. He can, play underneath zones. He can play the deep half. He can come in over the slot, line up and cover. I just feel you wait on safety. Don't do safety right now. I know Malachi Starks is another guy that has gotten a lot of buzz. I think you look at how he was utilized last year, lining more of the slot, playing man coverage. I didn't like it as well. I want to see him roaming. I want him working in zones. I want him, working off the eyes of the quarterback, using him as more of a chess piece than having him align over the slot and cover. I see a lot of people were talking about using him at corner. I don't see that. I think he is a guy that you want roaming around and maximizing his versatility. I personally, if you asked me to pick between Starks and Watts, and a lot of people would say they want Starks, I would take Xavier Watts out of Notre Dame. I think that his eyes and how he sees the field are a lot better than Starks. Starks has some eye discipline problems, and I kind of want to stay away from that. I'd rather work on the safety thing later. If you're going to move back, feels like that might be ideal after addressing offensive line. Omari and Hampton, baby, going to the Los Angeles Chargers. So Will Johnson continues to slide. So there must be something going on with Will Johnson, because if that was a legitimate option, it probably would have been an excellent landing spot. So, Hampton, let's take a look at the Chargers' overall roster construction right now. You signed Najee Harris, you got Hassan Haskins, you got Kamani Vidal. So right away, you got a 1-2 punch in Najee and Omari and Hampton in your running back room. You're going to probably address wide receiver at some point in the draft here. That will probably be a priority. Corner as well. But, Hampton, I look at just how well he's able to create, like, at the line of scrimmage. There are a lot of opportunities where he made some crappy situations look really good, like creating behind the line of scrimmage. I didn't think the personnel around him allowed him to maybe blossom and show his strengths all the time, but all of his movements are so controlled. He's so efficient, and he has this like downhill, physical, explosive rushing style that he can just kind of glide and cut smoothly, and he's got really good contact balance, and he can press blocks. Like when he's running gap schemes, he can kind of tuck up to the blocker, let things set up, and find the crease. He just glides and lets defenders kind of slide by him, and he's got pretty good hands as a receiver. He needs to get better as a pass protector, but you have to swarm to tackle this guy or he'll make you pay. And the Los Angeles Chargers, definitely, they want to be able to run it, and then they want to work to play action off of it with Justin Herbert. You get that 1-2 punch now of Amari and Hampton and what he can bring to the table, along with Najee Harris, who you signed, and then Kamani Vidal, who's more of that change of pace, shifty tackle breaking type of back. Jim Harbaugh going with the running back, wants to be able to run the football effectively and play good defense. That's something that he's going to really make a hallmark of the Chargers' core philosophy. Got a lot of Green Bay fans probably on the stream, local people. Donovan Izaraki remains the pick, man. I'm telling you, this has got to be the selection. It makes too much sense. He's too productive. He's exactly what they need. Pass rushing juice. He's bendy. He's flexible. I think that's the trait you got to look for in pass rushers, is like this dude, he'd get to the top of the rush and like dip his shoulder and dip and flip and get to the quarterback. He's got good amount of nuance in his game. Jeff Hafley's the defensive coordinator in Green Bay, who he coached, and he coached as a Raku at Boston College. So I just think the fit, you can't overthink this. You got to make the move here and add an extremely dynamic and productive pass rusher into the mix. If I'm Green Bay, I'm pulling the trigger here with Izaraku without any reservation, but maybe they're going to field some calls here and try to move back. I could definitely see that. I mean, it was floated out there a little earlier that they might be open to moving back. You look at the second round, they've got a pick number 54. So maybe they'll try to parlay that into getting a high second round selection. We'll see. There was a lot of talk about this being an active trade draft, and we're seeing it's playing out like I said in the mock. I just don't see the blue chip talent to trade up for. And that's the hard part here is are you going to have an active partner who are they coming up for? They're seeing the quarterback slide right now. Shedeur hasn't even gone yet. Is Jackson Dart going to slide even farther? It might not be a good scenario right now if you're sitting here thinking with the expectation that you're going to move back. Maybe the Vikings really wanted to do that with the idea that they only have 4 draft picks. They'd like to find a partner that could be, a good one for them, but they also don't want to get took on the trade either, which seems like maybe there'd be a little bit of a devalue in terms of like potential return on investment based on, this type of draft not having as much blue chip talent. I think it's playing out like anticipated. Not a lot of trades except for that premier move for Travis Hunter, which that makes sense to me. They had assets. It worked for them. Travis Hunter is worth that investment to be able. You're giving up a first rounder next year. I know you gave up some value, but you had a ton of picks, and he's a generational type of talent. Makes a ton of sense. But yeah, like you say, Vikings, I would wait on the safety. I would not do the safety here. I would either go I would go with Donovan Jackson if I'm sitting put here. Give me your comments. Give me your if you have a passionate pick here for the Vikings at 24, I want to hear it. You're on the clock. You're Quasi. What are you doing here? If you can't move back. If you can't move back. Donovan Jackson, no matter what, let's go. I like that. I like that. That's what we like to hear. Donovan Jackson. D-Jack. Safe pick. Just rock solid. Gonna be that guy that you can count on. He's the guy I wanted. I don't know. I got to see what day I tweeted that out. That was the day that it was settled for me that Donovan Jackson was my pick. I got to see the timestamp. April 1. So I must have decided on April 1 that was the day that I was going to declare my favorite fit for the Vikings and who I wanted them to come away with, Donovan Jackson. Gosh, it just makes too much sense. Win up front, control the LOS, run the football. And that was the thing last year is they weren't physically imposing enough at the line of scrimmage, and you saw it in the playoffs. The Rams worked them up front. They didn't run the ball well enough all year and didn't have a lot of play action game. That's why what Sam Darnold accomplished last year without much of a run game and what Kevin O'Connell was able to do, scheme and stuff, so impressive to me. April Fool's Day. Yeah, April Fool's Day. What a day to pick it. On brand. April Fool's Day. Oh, Ken. Kent, man, I'm telling you. You crack me up. Green Bay, come on. The fans are waiting. The cheeseheads are waiting. Yeah, we're almost at 3 hours on the stream. Appreciate everybody that's come in. This has been a ton of fun. Never done a format like this, so it's been cool to try it out. If you're interested, great time to support independent content creation. Head over to gophersguru.com. You can check out the Gophers content on there, Gopher Football, Next Gen Approach, blending the numbers and the scheme and the personality profiles of players all together to give you a comprehensive look at Gopher football coverage and the Big Ten as a whole. So $5 a month gets you access to the content. Check it out. Brian Burns draft eligible. Yeah, I don't know. That Tartan High School alum, tight end back in the day. Where would he be ranked in this tight end class? I don't know. Mark Murphy taking his bow. Good guy. Oh, they're going wide out. Oh my. Mark Murphy was just so proud to say that they picked a wide out. Holy buckets. What a moment for the Packer fans. They wanted this so badly. Yeah, I mean, you look at their wide receiver room. They knew they needed to get some speed in there, a guy that could take the top off the defense. Now you get, Jaden Reed with Dontavian Wicks. You got Matthew Golden. You got Christian Watson. I look at Matthew Golden being able to take the top off the defense. He's fast, able to naturally climb off crossers, and, downfield he can really, stress you because he can run a double move and accelerate deep and make plays on the ball. I think some of the things that could hamper him a little bit is just the ability in contested catches, being able to, make a lot of those plays. But I think this is going to be a guy that they scheme open a lot, where they're going to, motion him into a stack and, get him a cleaner release and do some things to be able to scheme up creative touches for him. I do think there have been some, drop issues throughout his career that I think could show up a little bit, but we'll see, if they're able to coach that out of him. He adds a lot of speed and playmaking ability, and, LaFleur can kind of use him in creative ways throughout his offensive scheme, whether that's, jet motion or, screens and all sorts of different things like that. They're going to definitely feature Matthew Golden's speed and get him out on the perimeter, let him make plays and vertical attack. Now, as far as the Vikings go, I don't know. I mean, I think if they can find a trade partner, they might move back, but it looks like the pick is in. So we'll see. Here's what my gut says. My heart's telling me Donovan Jackson, but gosh, I feel like it's going to be. Here's what I think they're going to do. I think they're going to take Malachi Starks, and I would rather have them wait on safety, but that's my call. I want Donovan Jackson. I feel they will draft Malachi Starks. We'll see how it plays out. And as I laid out earlier, would rather have them wait on the safety. I got a lot of options that I like, at different points of the draft, whether that's like Keaton Crawford, whether it's Kevin Winston, Jonas Sanker. The problem is you're at 97 again. You're not going to have an ample amount of, options available. You're not going to have the full arsenal as if you had a second round pick that leaves you with some more flexibility. But I just take the safe pick here. Go with the guy that's going to be an outstanding fit in Donovan Jackson. Burns, he says, my brother Brian Burns does enough in the NFL. He's just got a new partner too. Artie Star says, go Pack, go. Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, Gold provides a different type of skill set for the Packers. They got a guy that's a little bit more twitchy, speed oriented. They definitely wanted to add playmaking ability. You could feel that, but I stand by it. They need to get pass rush in there, and that's probably the pick, with their later second round selection. Personally, that would have been how I would have approached it as pass rush, but I understand the appeal. Donovan Jackson. I mean, I just think that this is the easy way to go. If not, you try to move back. That gives you some options. Jonas Sabaneva, if they move back, and Donovan Jackson's gone. Great option out of Arizona offensive lineman. Love him. Feel like he'd translate perfect. Would allow you to maybe have the assets to get a safety, but Vikings pick is in. So we'll see. Like I say, Donovan Jackson, my pick, team pick, feel like it's going to be Malachi Starks. Please let it be my guy. Please let it be my guy. Let's go. I wanted this on April 1, please. D-Jack. Donovan Jackson, baby. Let's go. I love it. Perfect selection. Compact, well-built guard, wide body type. Can really dent you with his hands. He's got great hips and hands. Like he can get underneath guys. He can anchor up in pass protection. I love his vision. He's so good at IDing stunts and picking those things up, communicating and getting to the appropriate depth in those situations. Held up great in huge games, sliding out to left tackle. I mean, he's playing against top tier competition, did an outstanding job. Mobility to work up into the second level, and he can dent guys. He executes combination blocks really well, played in a diverse run scheme, can pull out and work in space if that's something you want to do. I just love his playing style, love his aggressiveness. He's always looking for work. He's playing through the whistle. He has the length, the wide frame. He's got the movement skills, the physicality, plug and play starting guard in the NFL. The Vikings nailed this pick. Now you got Donovan Jackson at left guard. You got the center and Ryan Kelly. You got Will Fries. You got your tackles in Christian Darrisaw and Brian O'Neill. Basically, I feel like Kevin O'Connell is just like, hey, we're done with messing around on the interior of the offensive line. We're going to set the table for the young quarterback and J.J. McCarthy, allow him the time to cleanly operate off play action, and then be able to run the football, be able to control the line of scrimmage, throw to score, run to win, close out games. And Donovan Jackson just allows you to do that. Love the pick, love the selection. April 1 call turned into fruition. I believe that's like the first time that's probably happened for me is getting the exact fit I wanted for the Vikings in the draft. So great selection. Love it. Next pick here, New York Giants trading up. So Houston moved out. This must be the Jackson Dart pick. Can Jackson compete? Yeah, he's the starter, folks. There isn't any question about that. And the great part is he can play, left tackle while Christian Darrisaw is working his way back if that's something you want to do, because you got to remember he had that injury a little bit later. But man, this is just a great selection. I'm hyped up about it. This is the best case scenario for them. Don't overthink it. Pick the player that's going to help you out. Oh boy. Yeah, we'll see what the Giants do here, but I'm guessing it's Jackson Dart based on the talks around the league today. We're all about Joe Sheen coming up to try to get Dart, that was his guy. So we will soon find out. You doubted me, says Bernsey. Was hoping Will Johnson maybe. Yeah, we can have a long conversation about Jackson Dart. That Kent says we all down humans, not just house. Oh my God, we got haymakers. Yeah, Jackson Dart, New York Giants feels like the landing spot. Now, what are the Vikings going to do here at 97? It'll be interesting exercise. I don't think it's going to be defensive back. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it'll be a corner. I mean, more so along the safety route. I don't think that they'll do that. I think the next pick might be corner. I mean, God, they might be in that Justin Wally sweet spot for the Minnesota fans on there. Oh man. How you guys feeling about the draft so far? I'm enjoying this draft. It's making me wanna do a day 2 stream. That's where day 3 is kind of where I'll be in my element, man. I got a ton of guys on day 3. I just want to work. I want to work for a team and just help them find the day 3 guys. I got dudes out of Darius Cooper out of Tarleton State. That's my dog at wide receiver this year. I like Marcus Ware out of Montana State, interior O line. Brian Ugwu out of Miami of Ohio was a pass rusher. Those are just a couple examples. Cal Poly got Elijah Ponder out there, pass rusher, talented guy. Boy, he is a bendy rusher. He's going to be a nice player. And surprised he didn't get offered the bag to come up to play in P5 because that guy's a ball player. Jackson Dart, here comes. Jackson Dart's going to be interesting, folks. I want to see how it plays out. I think it's just a tough projection because of he flashed the processing ability at times, but like that offense is just so much hitch and so much slant and just a ton of, concepts where the receiver's breaking open and he's coming out of the hitch and he's standing there and the quarterback's throwing the football versus like processing into zone windows and being able to throw receivers open. Like I didn't see a ton of that, but here's what I'll say about Jackson Dart. Here's what I think got him in this position. He went through the whole draft process. He did everything everybody wanted to do. He want any workouts, participating in, any of the activities pre-draft, doing interviews, anything he needed to do to show teams what he could do, he did it. And the teams, I think, really liked that. And I actually saw him. I was actually at an event with him in December, and I was pretty impressed with him. I thought he was a sharp dude, well-spoken. He's a smaller guy than I anticipated in person. He's a pretty small dude. But, you look at him overall, I think he's not a guy I want running on the field right away. I hope that's not the play here, that maybe they'll let this guy work a little bit and develop in season. He's really good at being blitz pressure. Like you look at the film cuts with him versus the blitz, and he's outstanding. I wish he was a little bit better in the clutch moments of games. I feel it's a huge evaluation point for quarterbacks, and I didn't think he was as good in that this past season, especially when they needed it most. But he's got really good downfield touch, like super good ball placement on downfield throws, like vertical attack throws. He can really
he can really execute those at a high level, and he'll stand in there. He's a tough dude. He'll stand in there through there and he'll rip it. Pocket will be maybe a little bit muddy, but he's not afraid of that. He's competitive. He can slip out and he can make some plays with his legs. He's pretty good in that short to intermediate game because he's well seasoned in the quick game side of it. I just wish there was a little bit more anticipation and work in the middle of the field. Saw it in the red zone a little bit. There was like a rep in one of the games where he was able to kind of anticipate the window and throw the receiver open on the back end line. And I thought that was an example of a play where you saw the flash. Like there are moments where you feel like this guy could translate, and the arm talent's there. It's just going to be like the processing and ability to handle all the coverage picture changes that come along with the NFL and how fast the game is moving. I hope that Brian Dable can unlock it because he does have potential promise. It's just going to be about whether he can handle the mental components and everything is not being thrown on his plate too fast. So the Rams, they traded out. The Rams, so we got Atlanta coming up here. Atlanta, I don't know. I mean, is it pass rush? Again, I don't know. Like a defensive tackle? Okay, so they gave up a second rounder on. So the Rams just got 46. Boy, that's nice for them. They're right in that sweet spot. Like I say, you want to be in that range. 33 to 45, 46, 47. That's going to be the sweet spot tomorrow where there is a lot of really, really good football players. Kind of wondering what they're up to here, Atlanta. Might be safety. James Pierce, man, I see the appeal. I see the appeal. This guy, I tell you what, you look at the bend at the top of the rushes, it's really good. The ability to move this guy, like he laterally moves so well where you can stunt him, you can align him in different spots and get him mismatches. He is very, very talented as a slippery mover. Like that's the word. I gotta go find my notes here on Pierce. Yeah, slippery was the word I used to describe how he moves, and side to side specifically. Can turn the corner, give you a head of steam rolling downhill and like a speed to power type of rush. I just wondered if he would be a first round guy. I mean, there were some questions whether he would be based on like information that was out there being reported. But, based on the film, the guy is a very dynamic, disruptive pass rusher. And I see the appeal just from a movement, like his side to side is where he's so special. He's slippery in that category. And we'll see. Atlanta definitely loading up. They got Jalen Walker and they got James Pierce now, knowing that they needed pass rush. We talked about that earlier in the stream. Atlanta knew that like they can't continue to rush the passer like they did last year. If they're going to win, they're going to need to win up front. And they're trying to build a collective rush. They got a versatile chess piece and, Jalen Walker earlier that's, someone they can move all over. And James Pierce is another guy that, is just going to be a pure edge guy that's going to be very disruptive in a variety of ways. I think about what you can do with like having Jalen Walker on one side with, James Pierce and letting those guys work off each other. lateral quickness, baby. You got a downhill explosive guy in Jalen Walker. You got a side-to-side bendy rusher that can go speed to power, win with speed, have some flexibility off the edge. I like this move for Atlanta. They gave up. They must have really liked him, and they knew they needed to get up there. Somebody must have had a lot of interest in him in that pick range there that they thought he might be gone. They needed to get it done. So James Pierce heading to Atlanta. Man, I still can't believe the Vikings picked Donovan Jackson, man. God dang. That is unreal. What a great pick. I just think that now later in the draft, get me one of my running backs. Get me one of my, dynamic guys. There's a ton of options later in the draft. Get me a dynamic running back. Work on getting me a wide receiver 3. Work on getting me a versatile corner that has some inside out skills to him. There are some options. Bill Hall Cohen is a guy I love out of Western Michigan, a corner. I think he'd be an awesome fit for the Vikings. I believe he's from Apple Valley, Minnesota. I was like, what in the world? We need Bernsey to give us the intel on Bill Hall Cohen, that story on him, because I'm telling you what, his film was really impressive to me. I mean, we can talk about some of these options. The Vikings, their next pick's at 97. So you kind of, let's just round up where the Vikings are at right now. So you got 97, 139, 187 as things stand now. I look at it. There are a variety of different directions that they could go based on their needs. There might be a defensive back. I don't know if it's safety or not. It could be. We're just going to have to kind of see how the second round plays out. There's going to be a massive run on, I think, wide receivers, running backs, and edge rushers. Probably in that first 15. And that's probably what Atlanta was thinking here, going, they got to get up here because there's going to be a ton of rush players going at the top half of the second round. I felt like the Chiefs might have some interest in Pierce too. I thought that might be a landing spot. Gopher fans should get ready here. I believe Ursary will go in the second round, but if he's going in round 1 at any point, it's going to be with Kansas City here at 31. Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt would be an unreal running back for the Vikings at that 97 pick if they want to go running back. A couple of my late round wideouts I like a lot. Chimere Dike. He's a guy that you can get kind of climbing off crossers. He's really fast. Can take the top off the defense, and he can dent you in the run game. He's impressive in that area. Andrew Armstrong. The only thing I wanted at the end of the year with the Vikings was a big physical height, weight, speed wideout. And Andrew Armstrong's my guy. That's all I want now. I got Donovan Jackson. Can I ask one request to the front office of the Minnesota Vikings? Can you please select Andrew Armstrong, wide receiver out of Arkansas? Big, physical, great body control and positioning to win in contested catch situations. Super dynamic as a yak guy after the catch. He's physical, and I love how he can dent guys in the run game. He shows some physicality. I want some physical dimension to that wideout room. Go look at the Vikings wideout room. They got a lot of smaller guys in there. Jordan Addison's on the smaller end. He's 5'11". You got Jalen Naylor at 5'11". You got Rondell Moore now. He's 5'7". So I want to get another height, weight, speed wideout that can be creatively moved around, be a perimeter X type of guy, but like get him in bunches, get him in stacks. You think about a big height, weight, speed guy with JJ and a tight end in Hawkinson bunched up. That's what I want. I want a height, weight, speed wideout. Malachi Starks, baby. The call to the Baltimore Ravens. That was in the mock that we did, that I did earlier last week. Malachi Starks allows him to really open up a lot of possibilities with Kyle Hamilton. He's the type of dude that now they can really have Kyle Hamilton working in the deep half. That Starks can kind of work underneath and roam, and they can interchange. I just think this was a perfect pairing. It'll allow them to do even more creative stuff with Hamilton because they got another chess piece that they can kind of move. They can put him on the edge. They can put him, deep. They can let him roam in underneath zones. All the different dime packages you can do. You got Marlon Humphrey, you got Nate Wiggins, you got Malachi Starks, you got Kyle Hamilton. There's a lot of things that they're going to be able to do schematically with the guy like Malachi Starks. He's instinctive. He makes a lot of plays on the ball. He's driving downhill a lot with, explosiveness. He's got good coverage skills. Like I say, I don't think that decision to play him more man cover snaps over the nickel was probably the best move. I feel like, he needs to be more underneath zones, coming up to the line of scrimmage, bluffing out, in certain like cover zero packages and pressure looks, working, letting him read the eyes of the quarterback and make plays on the ball, because his eye discipline at times last year was not very good. He'd get caught in the wrong spot and have a lot of trouble with, getting beat over the top. So I think being in the right system was really, 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 really important for Malachi Starks, just like it was with Jalen Walker. Like he said earlier, Starks ended up perfect spot, pegged. This was the landing spot I wanted for Malachi Starks. I think it will go quite well for him. Congrats. Good pick, Baltimore. Love it. They're a good drafting team, too. All right, Detroit. What do we got? Luther Burden is the guy I wanted here, man. This is a Brad Holmes. Let's go, man. Let's get him in the fold. Give them another dimension that they don't have right now. So you think about it, you got St. Brown, you got Jameson Williams. How about we get Luther Burden in here, like the most dynamic after the catch guy? Can you imagine another element that you got to account for when you've already got Jahmyr Gibbs? You already got him that he can make plays out of the backfield and be dynamic as a runner. You got David Montgomery as a compliment to him. Then you think about the idea of having Williams in a contract situation that maybe you're not going to give him the money. Luther Burden, he's one of those dudes that I just don't think got a chance to really showcase his full ability with the type of offense that he's playing in. When you watch him run certain routes and look at the suddenness in him and how he's got that trait where like he can accelerate into the break without, losing speed. He can like work through the route and excel right through it. And it was just notable while watching him on film. I don't think he got a chance to truly show the type of route running ability he has. There's a lot of creative touch stuff you can do with him. You can get him in space. You can let him work off the screens. Luther Burden, Detroit Lions, make it happen. Brad Holmes, let's go. I got my Malachi Starks pick here, correct. We're going to go 2 for 2 in order. Malachi Starks, Luther Burden to the Detroit Lions. Robert Longerbeam would be an awesome pick for the Vikings later in the draft, too. Random thought, but like the Rutgers defensive back, he was on my list of my guys in the draft. I just love the ability inside out, player that ascended and grew, long and disruptive, fluid mover, just plays with a physical demeanor. Got to see him a lot in the Big Ten. This dude's going to be a really good player. Feels like he's Brian Flores coded. Robert Longerbeam at Rutgers. Keep an eye on him. We might have to come back on eventually here and do a little bit of a prediction stream when the Vikings pick gets close at 97 tomorrow night. Man, I'm interested to see what Detroit does here. I think they'll wait on pass rush. They definitely want to get an edge, but I think they're going to wait on it. Let's see, Luther Burden. Come on, baby. Tyleek Williams, I'm telling you, I kind of wondered if somebody was going to be willing to make this move. He's someone that people were saying could be in the conversation to go round one. He has so many flashes in his game. Like when he's low and his hips are and his hands are activated, he gets his hands on you, he is so disruptive. He can play a little upright at times. He can be a little tall, but when he's bending and he's playing with intense strain and effort and the technique is tight, he is really good. But he's just a little bit up and down. He's a little bit inconsistent. I feel his movements are fluid. He's got good lateral agility for a guy. I believe he's like 330 pounds. Good pop in the hands, good knockback in the run game. He's one of those guys that I feel will be boom or bust. He's either going to be really good or he's going to fizzle. And he'll either be elite or it's not going to go well. But fit matters. And I feel like being in a system like Detroit's is going to be a nice spot for him. They're going to be able to have a nice interior now. You got a different style of defensive tackle to mix in there. DJ Reader, you got Aleem McNeil. I think the next step is edge. I'd love to see Jaw Joyner in Detroit. That would be an unbelievable pairing. I think about Aiden Hutchinson and Jaw Joyner, and then you got Tyleek Williams in there with DJ Reader, Aleem McNeil, Levi Aswanarike. Those guys in that defensive line, tell you, win in the trenches, win up front. Detroit, they know not to mess around, man. They know that it's an important component of winning. Now, how many defensive tackles have gone here in the first round? You got Mason Graham. We got Kenneth Grant. We got Walter Nolan, Derek Harmon, and now Tyleek Williams. So 5 defensive tackles drafted in the first round of the NFL draft. Anyone who knows me knows I'm a big DT guy. It's all about pocket push. It's all about collapsing the pocket, impeding vision lanes, and having a mix of different skill sets. Now, like I mentioned earlier, power on the edges, speed and quickness inside, but you also have to have toolbox. When you go to do a project, you got to have the right tools to execute it. And there are different styles of play that you need at every position group based on the project that you got to do. And I look at pass rush the same way. I want to have the bendy type pass rush. I want to have the long push, pull, power bull rush type of guy that can pin it. I want to have that dude be able to kick inside and play some 3 tech, play some 5, mix between the two. But then I want that long levered, twitchy 3 tech, that big stout balance, but not overly big nose tackle. And then also maybe you dash in one of those big, powerful, stout guys that's got good quickness that can push the pocket a little bit, but also give you some wiggle for a guy that, is bigger. And then the other one is just having a versatile chest piece type of rush end pass rusher that you can mug into the A gaps, you can mug into the B gaps, you can, drop in simulated pressure. You got to be creative and intentional in how you build out your defensive line room. And we're seeing that in the NFL now. I feel as if everybody's following the Rams. They saw what the Rams did in the draft last year. Power edge, speed, quickness inside, build it with that and continue to prosper. And we'll see how the strategy plays out. But I think that's the winning move in the NFL right now. It's all about pass rush. It's all about pass pro and the chess match between the two. And we're going to have a nice little run on defensive backs in the second day of the draft here. The running back run didn't happen, folks. I remember all those people mocking that like 4 running backs are going to go in the first round. I guess you still have a few picks left, but I'm not seeing it. I had this Mason Taylor pick mock for Washington here, tight end. Please let that happen. Please, please allow me to see Cliff Kingsbury with Mason Taylor. That guy is going to be a Pro Bowler. His movement, his patterns on film, money. Oh, what are the Commanders going to do? Please, please go get the Mason Taylor. So you got, pass rush option. I don't think it's going to happen. Right here. Corner. Definitely a need. Could be a running back here. I like the tight end pick, man. Give me my Mason Taylor. The tight end's a huge part of what they do schematically. Give me another guy to work the middle of the field. You got Deebo Samuel via trade. You got Scary Terry McLaurin, my dog, my guy. I loved at the Senior Bowl. You signed Michael Gallup. You got Noah Brown. You got Luke McCaffrey in there. Now give me the guy that can work over the middle of the field. You can come back, get pass rusher later. Let's do it. Here it is. Well, hey, that's a good pick, man. I'm telling you, Josh Connerly, when we look back on this thing, this dude's going to be one of the best linemen in this draft. When the dust settles and we reflect, I thought he might even go a little bit higher than this, but this feels like the floor for him. He's so quick. He moves so well. He's able to wash out speed rushes because he's got really light feet and he can sink his hips. He can work, a little bit more in the run game. I think he's got some, things he can clean up in that respect. But like his mobility, his quickness, his ability to work up into the second level, and he's got really good pop in his hands. All the things that you want to see. Like he does a really good job of like extending and getting his hands out in front of him and then being able to like drop his weight. And that's something that I certainly look for in tackles is the hands, the hips, and the activation of it, the extension. Josh Connerly is really good in that area. He is, I just like how his movements are controlled and efficient, and I felt like it became that way as the season went on. This is a guy that got a lot better. Whoever's coaching the O-line, I think it's a Leak Terry, used to be with the Vikings, does an amazing job coaching their offensive line. They play their whole team, their fundamentals, outstanding coach team at Oregon. They got a lot of talent, but their coaching staff is outstanding out there. This is a great pick. Connerly is one of my favorite tackles in the draft, and you can never go wrong with O-line play. This is going to be something that really solidifies things. They traded for Laramie Tunsil. They got Biadaz inside at center. You got Brandon Coleman, who I think might be a candidate to slide in to guard. They'll probably maybe play Connerly at the right tackle spot now, but I mean, this gives them another option up front. Again, O-line, D-line, big emphasis in the first round of this draft. Being able to protect the quarterback, great pick by Washington. Peters is doing an awesome job out there. He drafts really well. The teams that I love, Commanders, Bucks, the Lions, every year they do a really good job. Detroit's draft, the prior 2 years I thought was good. Last year I didn't think they had as good of a draft though, and I thought that hurt them a little bit from a depth standpoint as they got into the playoffs. They could have used a little bit more young talent injection. They threw some darts in the draft, and sometimes you're not going to be perfect, but I think for the most part they do a pretty good job. Buffalo Bills. Buffalo. Man. I thought defensive tackle would maybe be the pick here. But, I mean, God, I don't know what's going to happen here. Corner, Maxwell Hairston out of Kentucky might make a lot of sense here. He's a very, very fluid mover. Click and close, great hips, can drive on the ball. Might be a good pick here. God, I wonder what's going on with Will Johnson. That is just unreal. Is it just the testing piece? There's got to be some sort of health related deal. He fell off. Like, he didn't play as well last year. And you wondered if it's a health thing with Simmons. Josh Simmons, we know it's probably the case just based on, the type of injury that he had. Trey Amos would be a great pick here as well. It'd be a nice fit for what they do schematically. Sean McDermott out of Ole Miss. Kind of like that pick here. Oh, man. Donovan Izaraku. Nobody's picked him yet. Are you kidding me, man? Gosh, I'm stunned. He is kind of he's a smaller guy, so he's kind of scheme specific, and it's going to be a team, it's kind of a niche fit type of deal. I understand, but there's going to be somebody picking him, and they're going to prosper at the beginning of here at the end. Yeah, watch Philly end up with him, man. Gosh dang, they're gonna end up with him. All right, Buffalo. Here we go. Maxwell, there it is, baby. One of the projected guys. Yeah, I love this dude's playing style. I mean, he moves and he transitions so smoothly. I mean, you look at the in-game tracking on the guy, that's something that stands out. Battled some injury problems. It took him off the field, but when he is healthy, he can work from zones and be able to click and close, drive on the ball, make plays. He's physical. He was one of those guys I felt was very underrated early in the draft process. He wasn't a guy that a lot of people were talking about. It was probably because they just wanted to see how healthy he is. But now that they've dug in, they saw him work out, they saw the testing, he ran fast, his player tracking was good. He's a physical bulldog type of corner. I think he's got the feistiness to come up and press you, but he's also very skilled in fluidly transitioning in the zone scheme side of it, being able to work off and make plays. All right, here we go, baby. I like it. Ursery on the clock. Yep, that's what I said. If it's going to happen, it's happening right here, right now. Oh, did Philly jump with them? Philly must have just jumped them. Yeah, they just did. They jumped up one pick ahead of them here. Interesting. One pick jump. Yeah, Maxwell Harrison's a good pick there, man. He's gonna be a nice player for them. So let's recap what we got here. We got some guys that haven't been picked yet. Will Johnson, obviously there's something going on. Mike Green, we knew there was some potential stuff there. Josh Simmons, we knew there was some sort of injury going on. Shadur Sanders obviously knew that there was a potential he could slide. Luther Burden still out there, interested to see where he might end up here. I thought maybe he'd sneak into the back half of round one, but I think teams are a little worried about, the type of system he played in and, what type of translation he's going to have. Nick Amon-Wari, everybody was talking him up. I was not as high on him. The fluidity just wasn't there for me. And so I thought that, he might not be as high on people's lists. I could see Philly coming in here and snatching him, though. Who else we got? We got, obviously, as a Rock, who I think is the best player still available, pending what we know about those two in Simmons and Johnson. Siobhan Rebel, a long defensive back corner out of East Carolina. He's interesting because he can come up and jam you and play physical, but he's pretty good he projects as kind of a zone corner too, because he can move and transition quite well. I was quite impressed with his movement skills on tape, and he had the injury last year, so obviously impacted his draft status a little bit. But hey, someone to keep an eye on. Nick Scorton still out there. Trey Amos, Travion Henderson, a lot of ball players that I like quite a bit. All right, Philly, what do you got for me? Howie Roseman, what's he cooking? Moving up one spot. Howie Roseman, he's chilling out, hanging. No, man. I am fascinated to see this pick. They're another team that I love to see what they're doing, what their headspace is. All right. Getting that last commercial in here. Picks in, but we're running the ads, man. Yeah, I don't know. Looking at the first round, the only pick that since he was Shamar Stewart, not sure how that one's gonna go. Green Bay with Matthew Golden, I don't know. Not my favorite pick there. I think they needed a different style of wideout. The James Pierce trade up is fascinating to me. If everything is good from a like checked out team perspective, I certainly see the appeal. Like the Atlanta got two good football players there, but two guys that like, they're very scheme dependent and they're kind of boom and busty. Like it could go really well or it could flop. But I do see the appeal. They obviously have some information internally that led them to believe they feel confident in that. Trying to see, I'm deciding who my favorite picks are here. I love the Travis Hunter move by Jacksonville. I thought that was a sensational deal. I don't care they had to give up assets, whatever. They had it to give. And he's a generational talent, and he's able to play both ways at a position of need, and he's versatile, and he's a unique player. Sign me up. Colston Loveland in Chicago, another great fit with Ben Johnson. I feel like he could light it up, going to be a fantasy dude to target. Gray Zabel in Seattle, awesome fit. Emeka Ibuka in Tampa Bay, love it. Jahdae Barron in Denver, love it. Pittsburgh, Derek Harmon, another good fit. And Donovan Jackson in Minnesota. Oh boy, Jihad. It had to go to a specific type of team where they've got some other playmakers that, they can kind of have the luxury to use this guy all over the place, off ball, move him around up to the front and mug him around. And I see him. He's hard to project from a role standpoint because he's kind of a tweener, but he's got really good athleticism and feel, can play underneath zones. He's got a fast trigger. He didn't feel like he was like super, super fluid to me, but he's more of like a downhill attack type of guy. There's a lot of potential in his game is what I would say. But he's one of those dudes that I just don't know what his role is exactly going to look like. I view him as like an off-ball type of dude here in this system where they can kind of use him in creative ways, let him, play underneath zones, drop him down as a blitzer. Is going to fit their scheme, quite well, I believe. And again, it's a BPA type of scenario while also kind of checking a box that they're like, hey, they'd like to upgrade this position a little bit too. I don't know. He's a unique talent. He's kind of a rusher. He's kind of an off ball. He can kind of do it all. He's a jack of all trades, and he needs some seasoning. But like that, isn't that the Eagles' recipe? I mean, they love these dudes that they can kind of unlock their potential and use them in creative ways. Work them off ball, work them downhill, do a lot of things that are fun, and just accumulate those type of guys that can do a million different things, because it opens up a lot of possibilities and makes teams have to scheme in another different way for you. I just feel like he's one of those guys that could be very, very good or just not be very effective in the NFL. It's going to be one or the other. He's going to be a very, very, very talented guy, or it's just not going to pan out. But ending up in Philly, the chances of it working out are quite good. Man, you look at that front seven in Philly. You got Jalen Carter, you got Jordan Davis, Nolan Smith, Zach Bond, Jihad Campbell. You talk about big power inside and versatile chess pieces up front, all over, and the front seven. It's going to be the Eagles. They know how to get it done. Howie Roseman knows what he's doing. All right, is this Ursery time here? I don't know, man. They're gonna pull it right now and make the move, or are they gonna try to wait? I don't know. They might not wait. So it looks like Kansas City got a 5th rounder. Last pick. It might be Ursery time. I don't know what else makes sense for Kansas City here. Thought maybe defensive tackle would be the play, but I mean, right now I don't know if there's a legitimate option at this point that really intrigues me at this pick slot, because boy, did those guys go quickly. TJ Sanders is still out there too. I mean, not a fit for these guys right now, I don't think, but I'm telling you, he's gonna be a nice player. There's a lot of good ball players out there. The second round, there's going to be some really good players selected. There's going to be some really, really good players selected. And that's why teams are holding pat in that second round range. They're holding on to those assets in the Rams. You know, they were able to secure another pick there, which is great for them. Picks in. Here we go. Yeah, it's funny. DJ's talking about Mason Taylor as an option, you know, looking for a long-term replacement for Travis Kelce. I mean, gosh, that would be ideal, man. You think about getting the both of them on the field together too. That'd be a lot of fun. Josh Simmons, there he goes. Must have felt good with the medicals. That is a steal. That's criminal, man. I'm telling you, if he's good medically, holy buckets. Like, that guy had the chance to be like a top 10 player in this draft had he not been injured. I mean, the film is just the thing I look at when I watch him is his balance. He's so balanced, and he can really, really anchor up and anchor down versus rushers. He does a good job passing off stunts and communicating. He's great with mobility, being able to, you know, work out in space. He's like got great pad level, able to maintain, you know, good core strength and get out in front of screens, work well in space. You know, they're running out pullers and he can get out and run in front of it. He is just everything about the guy. He's just very, very smooth and intentional. And it just looks effortless for him when he's out there. You look at getting him in a place like Kansas City where they can coach him up and get him some seasoning. Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. From if the medicals are good, they just got an absolute stud in Josh Simmons, clean as a whistle. If the medicals are good, yeah, Simmons is the pick. So we'll see where Ursery ends up tomorrow. If you're a Gopher fan, I'm fascinated. I still think Chicago's the landing spot. I felt like that for a while here. Pull up the second round, we can talk about it. Bears at 41 was my prediction. Can I go two for two on the predictions here regarding offensive linemen? I was on the Golden Gopher podcast with JG, and I told them Ariante watch begins at 41. So Chicago Bears would be the team I would definitely keep an eye on there. And then if it's not them, how about 60, the Detroit Lions, as a potential long-term replacement for Taylor Decker? And then I would look at 63 to the Kansas City Chiefs again. Those might be a few landing spots. I mean, the Chiefs took Simmons now, but you know, I know that they've been very tied to Ariante in the process. Do they look at him as someone that like could play a little bit of guard, could be a tackle as well? You can never have enough of them. They were so bad along the offensive line. Would they look to solidify it even more? But I feel like the Bears might be the spot for Ursery. That's kind of my call right now at 10:45 p.m. on draft night. Well, round one's done. Thanks for coming in the live stream, everyone. I really enjoyed it. Ton of fun. Vikings got my pick, which, man, April 1st. I didn't even think about the April Fool's joke, but hey, I'm glad it worked out. Great pick. Feel like that solidifies the interior of the O-line, puts them in a really good spot entering the season along the offensive line, maybe the best spot they've been in there in a long time. And now you focus on, defensive backfield, maybe a wide out and running back. They did take care of running back with the trade, Jordan Mason, but I'd still like to see them potentially add a running back, late in the draft, and maybe it's an undrafted guy because there's a lot of guys that I've got my eyes on at the running back spot. That position is loaded. It's a huge run on defensive tackles tonight, so that I feel like now you're going to see running backs, wide receivers, and edge, a little bit more edge going tomorrow, right in that early window of the second round. We'll have some analysis on Twitter, so stay tuned. I'm sure I'll be recapping it. I'll be thinking about it overnight here, what I saw, and come back tomorrow with some fresh thoughts on the second round. If you were so willing, it would be amazing for you to go out and support independent content creation. $5 a month, $5 gets you access to the website, so I can keep doing content like this, keep putting out the things that will make you a better football consumer and fan. I really enjoy it, and I appreciate all your support. Kent, thanks for being in the stream. We'll talk soon. Thank you. Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate it. We'll see you guys soon.